Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po rin, pero mas mati.
That's literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Oh man, am I ready? I'm not ready.
Because he's the guy.
All right.
Squirrel.
There we go. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have, in my infinite wisdom this morning, let's see, it's 8:15, it's 8:18 right now because the intro's a little long. But at 8:01 this morning,
subject matter jurisdiction.
At 8:01 this morning, in my infinite wisdom, I thought, yeah, I've still got time for a shower. I did not have time for a shower. I took a shower, but I did not have time for a shower. So, bringing a new meeting to No Pants Thursday, I guess it is. I was putting my shirt on still at 8:15.
Bring the jury.
But we're here. We made it. I smell nice. I feel comfortable. Ready for another day. Hope you're having had a good start to your day as well.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I won't. Here we go. We've got a couple things we have to do first. Let's see. A birthday command to help you find your people faster. That's a good idea. I'm trying to envision how that would run. Before we do anything, we need to properly recognize Brianne Malcolm, who was a longtime supporter of the channel and a repeat offender when it comes to winning the internet. Brianne was first in chat today. Congratulations, Brianne, as first in chat. Everything IP related is now your responsibility to repair until we go live again.
All right.
We have a couple birthdays we have to celebrate as well. Let's see, Brandy Joe. I'm going to have to type these down because I know there's a few, and I'm going to forget the names. Let's see. Brandy Joe. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday.
I'm not a cat.
Let's see. I saw another one who was, let's see. It's only Wednesday. Did I say it's Thursday? Oh, my goodness. Man, Halloween was rough. Halloween was really rough. Yes, buffer. It's only Thursday. It's only Wednesday. Let's see. Doctor of ER Medicine. How am I going to fit that in? Doctor.
Bring the jury.
Just sweet. Dr. ER. Can we do that? Dr. ER. And Ashley's son Mason is 11 today. Let's see, Mason, happy birthday.
I'm
happy
not
11.
a camel.
So I've got Brandy Joe, Dr. ER, and Mason. Anybody else we need to sing to at this point before we get started? Because court waits for no man, including me. So I do have to say I've got a new little decoration hanging from my microphone. I'm going to move it here in a minute because I don't want to break it. But Song Chef, this morning I ran to the post office box. Let me actually change my camera. Let's go right here. There we go. Song Chef said, I sent you a little something. Oh, it's green. You can't see it. Oh, this is hilarious. I'll have to hold it up to my other camera. But you can see right here what should be there. He's like an invisible guy. So he's green. We're going to go to the other camera just to show you what this is. This is a little peanut man made up like a pickle. He's carrying a little gavel. Maple leaf hat, acorn hat, shoes, this little Christmas ornament. And he needs a name, apparently. So thank you very much, Song Chef, for this cool little Christmas ornament. My kids are going to love it. Unfortunately, I think they're also going to break it because it is, as it said on the box, fragile. So I'm going to set this aside so I don't break it during the show. But thank you very much. That was very cute and creative with the two things that I am not. All right. Anyone else with a birthday? Let me just check one more time before we kick off the birthday song because we have to hurry. Court's going to start soon. All the way up here. Birthday's all the end. Okay. It is freaking adorable, Dr. McDreamy. You're right. Let's see. That was, yes, the post office box had that little surprise for me this morning. Oh, great. Oh, man. I've got so many things to do today, and I forgot. This is an important one.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. A little warble in there. I'm going to blame that on Halloween and staying up too late handing out candy. But, oh, happy Wednesday to you. There's the hump day cheer. Now we have to sing after all that. And I'm sorry, it's going downhill rapidly. I think, do we have anyone else?
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I do that a lot. Is there anyone else we have to sing to, or just have the three? I've got the three. If there's any more, let me know. Let's see. Betty's going to be in the courthouse in 10 minutes. Betty, wonderful. I'm super excited for you.
Not a camel.
Were you one of the ones that was there the other day as well? That's really cool. If you were, you might want to reach out to us on the burner phone at some point. Also, I'm not sure if Jules will be there. I'm not sure how she's feeling today. But there we go. Let me just say, we gave 1 to 2 pieces of candy to every trick-or-treater. And we gave away over 1,500 pieces of candy. And it was nonstop for 3 hours. All right. Anyway, I think that's all we have as far as birthdays go. Betty, thank you very much for the super chat. I'm so excited that you get to be in court today. Jaden's birthday as well. Anybody else? Just have the 4. Okay. All right, here we go. La 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 la. Okay, we're good. It's gonna be rough. I'm sorry, guys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Brandy Joe, Dr. E.R. Mason, and Jaden. Happy birthday to you. I'm seeing the question. I'm going to answer it in a little bit as soon as I recognize the birthday people. Brandy Joe, Dr. E.R., Mason, Jaden, happy birthday to you. This is your special day. We know there are a million places you could be where you could be honored and celebrated and even given free pancakes if it's Denny's. But no, you choose to be here with us. And that is a privilege that we do not take lightly. Thank you very much for letting us celebrate your special day with you. And I hope we can make it a little bit better. Thank you. Happy birthday. All right, everyone's saying how many bugs did you pass out? All of them. I wore my orange my Prison Break hoodie. I did have a wireless mic, and I ran my audio system using a pitch changer that changes my pitch down about 12 steps. So it's really low, and then it also does a second pitch change that changes it down like 3 steps. So you have like 2 voices talking in unison. And the speakers are on the other side, and I'm over here, and so I'm talking. They look over where the sound's coming from, so they don't see me. We scared many kids more than they wanted to be scared. But we did also pass out the bugs. And in my sleeve, I take one of the cockroaches, the little plastic cockroaches that you sent. Thank you, I'm young. And I'd stick it up my sleeve, and I'd grab candy from the bowl, and as I'd reach out to put it in their bowl, the sleeve would slide up. And the cockroach would fall out of my sleeve into their bowl. So they're looking at the candy as it's going in, and they see the cockroach fall in the bowl. Oh, it was perfect. But we gave every single one of those little fake cockroaches away. And some kids saw it, and they're like when their bag's mostly empty.
There's
so
a
they
lawsuit.
look to see what they've got, and there's a cockroach, and they're like, "Mom, look!" But it was fun. It was wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's see. We. Mary gifted membership really quickly. That's a great way to start the day as well. Thank you very much for that. We're going to just check court and make sure we haven't missed anything. I apologize. It's going so fast. Okay, here we go. We are not missing anything yet. Let's see. Let's go over here.
I'm not a cat.
Man, that was close. It was a lot of things to do today. The hump day cheer, I had completely forgotten. So Red Pen, thank you for the reminder. Was a wonderful Halloween. It really was. It was a lot of fun. It got a little chilly. It was down to about 55 degrees here, and a very, very light misty
talking about stuff that is
misty
not
fog
relevant.
type rain. Let's see. Can you turn off the sound effects? I can't hear what you're saying. Yes, we turn them off when we begin. I'm turning them down slowly as we go. Thank you, CBD, for that. Appreciate that. Magical Mary gifted a membership. Did we get that one already? Magical Mary and Mary. Oh, two Marys. Two Marys gifted. That's why I thought. Weebug, happy 21st birthday to your son. It's official. He's an adult now. The only thing he can't do is rent a car.
Miss the forest for the trees.
21's a big, rent a car and get senior discount. Those are the only two things he has to look forward to now as far as age accomplishments and abilities. All right. Today will be the last of the evidence. Yes, we're reaching the end. We really are. We are reaching the end of the trial. The tunnel is the end of the tunnel is approaching and daylight is visible. Okay, call me Smog because I am dragon today. So Shark. Sharku? I think Sharku. Or Shark. Could be either. I'm not sure. I probably pronounced it wrong either way. All right. We are approaching the very, very end of this trial. This is a time that we did not foresee coming early on. It seemed like this trial would last forever when they first announced the schedule for the trial and how many weeks we would be here. Looking at just the segment numbers as I've numbered all the segments of the trial on YouTube, I think we're on segment 52 right now, or 50, 51, 52, somewhere in that range, which is usually we do 2 segments a day. Sometimes we did just 1 segment and stayed live through lunch because it was a very short lunch. But just a lot has happened. We're on 51. We'll be 52 this afternoon then. Thank you, Renee, for that. I could have probably looked at my screen and it would have told me that. But, a few things we need to get ready. We have the guesses. Let's see. I need this right here. Refresh that. Okay, we're waiting for that feed. We have. Let me change the guesses. Box first 2 to 2. There we go. And cut. DSK1 on. There are all these buttons. Too many buttons. We have the guesses visible now. 165 or 1,665. Sorry, 165 was that was like day 2. We hit that. Also, we have the guesses that everyone has made as far as the contest went. And unfortunately, the contest is closed, so we can't add more people to it. And it's flashing. Man, I've got to fix this, and I don't know what the fix is. I think it's a new HDMI cable would do it, but it's always a new cable. All right, let's do a quick scroll through and see where we're at. 1665. Let's see, these are the ones we just passed. April. Sorry, it's flashing. I don't know. Wish I could fix that. There we go. Okay, stop. Whoa. Wait. Go back. Okay, so we're right between Tree Cycled and I Object. And Debbie. So Tree Cycled, I Object, and Debbie are all equally close to winning the hoodie. Let's see. Baum Chicka Bow Wow. Bomb Chicka Bow Wow. Is that what it is? Good morning from New Zealand. Good to have you here, all the way from I guess we can still say down under, right? Even though it's is New Zealand sort of considered down under? Not Australia, but also often considered in the same region. Dinovu says rabbit. My feelings exactly. I could not have said it better myself. Those are the words I was searching for this morning. Rabbit. That's how I feel right now. Thank you very much, Dinovo. All right. Judge is here. Here we go.
Okay, please be seated, everybody.
No to down under for New Zealand.
Okay, Mike, what do I need to do do I need to re-invite?
Just as normal, then try to re-invite.
Judge is trying to open up Zoom, which I'm trying to join.
Just give me a moment. I was having trouble with the Zoom earlier this morning. Are you ready for me to spotlight him, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Spotlighted them.
Lots of ASMR happening in the courtroom this morning. Not sure what that's about.
We need to get the little box off of the witness stand.
I've never. Are they doing what is happening? This is nuts.
Wherever. Now I'm still getting. I just went away. Oh well. It's a little ghost.
Okay, now everyone's finally in
Thank you
order.
very much. Yeah, a remnant from yesterday. No, I said it was a remnant from yesterday. A little ghost.
Ghosts in the machine.
This is case number 2018 CA 5321. Jack Kowalski, etc. et al. Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Let's go ahead and take appearances, please.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Howard Hunter, David Hughes, Pat Crowell, and Ethan Shapiro on behalf of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, with Dr. Beatrice Teffa-Sanchez as our corporate representative today.
We got lots of stuff to do today, so
we do, Judge. We're ready.
Let's go.
And guess what? My phone is off. So I apologize for that for yesterday, Judge. So we have some exhibits we need to address. For the record, 3023 1-56 is already in. It's been redacted. Plaintiff's counsel has it to review. So as soon as they tell us that is done appropriately, then we can turn that into the clerk. On exhibits in general, we gave last night, emailed over an Excel spreadsheet to the plaintiffs. I gave a hard copy to the clerks today. I had some questions about some exhibits, whether they were in or not, and they are reviewing that, and we're going to get back to me.
Can I see the format of it?
Yes.
Okay.
So it just starts with 1001 and rolls all the way through 3000s, Judge. Not every exhibit is broken down, just the large hospital chart. You can see we put the page numbers with an index, and then it just goes into the next exhibit. We could leave a space there if you think that'd be better on page 2.
From a formatting standpoint, this looks good. I would suggest that we go to a portrait mode as opposed to landscape.
Sure.
So it'll be less.
Okay.
But other than that,
okay, great.
That normally is hearsay in the video
and,
world.
And then
I see Jules.
I would repeat the header.
On each page.
On each page. That's just a quick setting within Excel. You can do that in 15 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. We can do that, Judge. All right, so we do have some exhibits to put in this morning, Judge. So if we look at if I can explain 3212, 3213, and 3214, the plaintiffs have put in the suicide notes that were dated January 7th. These were the drafts that she did on January 6th. So if, Clay, if you can bring up 3212, please. So you can see the date on this is January 6th. It's essentially the same as the final one, if you will, on January 7th.
So I'm looking at 3212 right now?
Yes.
Let's see 3213, please. And 3214?
3214 is a little different. It's an email to Father Costello addressing the court hearing and his response.
So the email to the father is before the court hearing and is not like the other two.
That's correct. It's before the court hearing, but I think it shows her state of mind going into the court hearing. And then the other two are that same day after the court hearing.
Mr. Whitney.
The emails would be cumulative. And this email goes straight to Chapter 39 issues. The insinuation, implication would be things didn't turn out in the court hearing the way she wanted. Therefore, so this one is definitely objectionable. The other two are cumulative of the suicide notes themselves.
Do I need to respond, Judge?
Well,
I don't think they're going to side with
let me do 3212 and 3213 different than 3214. With respect to 3212 and 3213, I am going to admit those. It would seem to me the question, and ultimately I know we're still going to have this discussion about substantial factor versus irresistible impulse, but I do think if she's making drafts of a suicide note, that might undercut an irresistible impulse type of argument. So I do think 3212 and 3213 are relevant, not cumulative, and are admissible. So I admit 3212 and 3213. I need to speak more about 3214 because this is different because it's before the court hearing. This doesn't suggest I'm saying goodbye or anything like that. And so it does talk about a court hearing.
It does, Judge, but factually, it doesn't discuss what happened at the court hearing. It doesn't discuss anything that, but it shows her state of mind going into the court hearing. The jury knows that there was a court hearing. They know that that's factually in, as it should be, because it's our contention that, and the testimony has been, that at that time she was not allowed to hug her daughter. The jury's heard about that, as they should. And so not talking about the substance of the court hearing other than her desire as to the result. And we think that's critical because it shows her state of mind going into the court hearing, and then the suicide notes are after the court hearing. So we think that her state of mind going into that hearing is particularly relevant given what occurred with respect to the denial of the hug, which has been talked about in front of this jury. And so we think it's very relevant.
If writings indicating the desire for results coming out of court hearings are now admissible, then we have a lot of exhibits we want to admit in our rebuttal case. They've been excluded previously, particularly the email of Ms. Beatty with her state of mind and desire for what will come out of a court hearing. This is objectionable. There's no party admission here. She asked 2 questions, and the rest of it is related to a Chapter 39 dependency issue.
Yeah. Well, Judge, we can redact. We have a court hearing today at 12:30, but I don't think that we should need to. It doesn't discuss the substance of it. It shows her state of mind going into the court hearing.
Here's my thought. I am going to go ahead and admit 3214. This email was written within 24 hours of the time that Kowalski died by suicide, and there has already been discussion that there had been a court hearing and a little bit about what happened at the court hearing on January 6th. And I think it's going to be up to the jury to put this email in context with the jury instructions that they're going to get on the claims that are going to go to the jury. So I will admit 3214.
Okay. Judge, we're going to withdraw 3225. It was just another photo. We'll withdraw that. 3405 is Ms. Beatty's performance evaluations. I tried to put them in earlier, and we said we would revisit it. So we added the 2018 one only because plaintiff's counsel said they wanted that one in if we put in the other 2.
Well, Do you have like all 30 pages in a package printed out, or?
We can, and we don't need those in this. We don't need those in for our two witnesses.
Well, I guess the reality is I've seen pieces of them, but I haven't seen all of them.
How about John? Or how about if we table this then for now? They'll print them out. We can do our witnesses and revisit it after the witnesses.
Well, I'd like, but as soon as they print them out, give them to me so I can look at them during the witnesses.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're on the same page, Judge. The other issue we'd like to...
And on that one issue, have we had the final discussion and final deposition of...
No, Your Honor. We've received policies regarding performance competency. Ms. Crawls and I had a discussion that morning, and we were told we would also receive the policies regarding disciplinary action, regarding the written disciplinary action of Ms. Beatty, which is relevant to these performance reviews, and we have not received those. We emailed her last night to follow up. We have not received those policies.
We did have a discussion. He told me he wanted the policies regarding performance evaluations and disciplinary, not specific to Ms. Beatty, but in disciplinary reviews, I guess, or whatever, and we put that request in. Can you speak to it?
Yeah. We provided the policies regarding performance competency and performance improvement. Every policy they've asked for, I've received from my client. There's nothing else outstanding that's responsive to the request.
When did you send it over?
2 days ago.
Okay. We have performance.
Monday.
We have documents, performance competency documents, performance improvement plans, and performance management. We have nothing on disciplinary action, corrective action notices, anything you would typically see in an organization like this regarding how this progresses from 2 infractions to a written warning to what's next.
I asked for everything in their notice. Sorry, I asked for everything they requested, and the hospital gave me everything that was responsive. I'll double check with them this morning.
It sounds like you're talking about a situation of progressive discipline, and what the organization does with respect to progressive discipline is kind of what it sounds like.
Judge, I'm not sure what the actions are. Could we just take a step back for a minute? I'm not sure. First of all, we will double check. We did put the request in. We'll double check that they didn't overlook some other policy on discipline. But this issue only came up because of some testimony. We understand that. We gave them the performance review that was in sight. Then there was this question by the court and the plaintiffs as to, wait a minute, why don't we have an October one? So we visited that. We explained it to the court. We wasn't satisfied, so we had the deposition where they explained why that was. I think everybody's satisfied with respect to that explanation. If not, the court can advise me otherwise. That's just how it happened because of the changeover, and they were doing everybody on annual and all of that. So there's no indication that Ms. Beatty was given any type of... They know what happened with Ms. Beatty during the time frame involved. They've given it to the jury 3 or 4 times in testimony. So I guess I'm not clear on what issue we're addressing that the court has concern with. They didn't previously ask for these policies, presumably, and so this is a new issue. We're doing our best to try to get them, but what's the issue that this is addressing as far as with the jury? What's the issue?
Spoliation, adverse inference.
We would satisfy that issue, Judge, with respect to why there was no review in October of 2017. So they just throwing out spoliation when it never existed? This is taking on a train track that never existed.
I can double check this. I'm going to double check this morning.
Add the phrase progressive discipline. Because what I don't want to have happen is if the proper buzzwords are not used, it's, well, you didn't say these words, therefore we're not going to turn over. Let's just one last chance to get it and then we'll readdress it. But I mean, if the defense is going to be resting this morning, we really need to get their exhibits in.
Right. Okay. So moving on, Judge. With respect to issues that have to be addressed today, we're going to need some hearing time before they put on the rebuttal. Here's an example. This court made it clear to counsel that this is not a chance to redo their case. They said it was a green light. We said it was a red light. They don't get to put on a green light.
I'm not going to do...
A specific testimony they advised me they want to put on. They sent me an email saying we want to play these portions of Kathy Beattie's deposition and rebuttal. They've already been played. They were played in their case. So I'm saying from our perspective,
I don't need a hearing. If they already played it, it's not getting played again.
My concern, Judge, is that we're going to have to be jumping up like jackrabbits when the court told them that yesterday, and then they sent me an email saying we want to replay this deposition. Yep. So we're requesting that the plaintiff advise us, not through the witness, but just tell us what's the scope of the testimony so that we don't have to jump up and down.
If it is a clip that has already been played, it's not being played again. I don't need a hearing on that. If it is a designation outside of what has been previously been played, then maybe we can have a discussion. But with respect to the deposition, if it's already been played, we're not playing it again.
Understood, Judge. Our request is, so that we're not going up to the bench 27 times, if they could just tell us, without the witness, but what's the scope that these witnesses are going to testify to? Because they took the court's discussion and then gave me depositions that had previously been read after the court told them that that wasn't going to happen. That's our concern.
And I don't want to have a proffer in front of every single witness because of just the timing aspects.
Well, I'm not asking for the witness. I'm asking for them to stand up and just tell us, here's the scope, here's the scope, here's the scope. I don't think that's unreasonable given their interpretation of the court's direction yesterday when they send me deposition pages that have previously been played.
What's next?
All right. I think other than, Judge, we have that printed out for the court.
Just print it out.
The performance evaluations. These are all three, Amy?
Yes, they are.
I don't think we have any other exhibits other than the performance evaluations, other than a couple of questions I had for the clerks that we're going to want a discussion with them before we rest to make sure I'm accurate on what's in and what's not. And I've given them the list with my questions.
And so they can be working on that during the testimony this morning?
Correct.
So does the defense have anything before I go to the plaintiffs?
Not as to our case in chief.
We've got 10 minutes before 9 o'clock, so do you have exhibits or stuff that we can do right this second?
Sure. All right. Ms. Crawls, are you moving in or trying to move in 3-4 performance evaluations themselves?
I'm sorry. Let me get my list.
3405, 1 through 31.
The court wants to look at them, so we printed them out and gave them to them. So before we rest, we'll have to address that.
All right. So long as the court sees no issue, we stipulate to those coming in.
Well, okay. Well, look, if you're okay with them coming in, I don't need to spend time reviewing them.
Yeah, we're fine with them coming in.
Judge.
So at this point, let me make sure I understand. 3405, pages 1 through 31, you agree can come in?
The 2015, 16, and then the next subsequent 18 evaluation would be, we agree.
Any problem at this point then?
Not to my knowledge, Judge. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
She's like, this is a trap.
If there's not an objection coming, then I'm going to go ahead and admit Exhibit 3405, pages 1 through 31. And so since there's not an objection, I don't need to spend time going through these 35 pages. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for giving me the paper, but I'll give it back to you then. So with the exception of, what's this 3019? Is there anything that's at the top of your list?
That's the one we proffered yesterday, Judge.
So that one's been dealt with. So other than anything that you might have omitted from the review with a clerk in your list? If it's pretty much done?
Yeah, so we're just waiting for them to confirm 3.
Yeah,
It's good.
There's one redaction. There's a pink tab there for you.
So guys, I know you guys are frustrated with the ads. The YouTube has given me a new option.
Well, tell the clerk what page is going to be redacted, so.
Well, they don't.
To delay ads for 10 minutes.
We didn't make it an A.
That's all
we
I
were
can
just
do.
gonna
I
replace
can
this
pause it for
document,
10
Judge.
minutes.
But tell them which exhibit we're talking about.
Oh, 3023.
3023?
Yes.
Oh, the Arnold Palmer?
Yes.
Gotcha.
If we want to address the plaintiff's exhibits they want to put in, Judge, that works for us.
Hold on a second.
The thing is, if I delay ads for 10 minutes, then everyone's going to get an ad all at the same time. And I don't know what's coming up next in court. I mean, if we've got some gripping testimony and I think it's going to be spicy in the next 10 minutes, I can hit that button and save you for the next 10 minutes. But what if it's 11 minutes, it's right when it comes back that the ad plays? I'm frustrated. I realize there are ad blockers out there. I can't encourage you to do that. I don't think YouTube would allow me to do that. I'm pretty sure YouTube is actively fighting against them and banning ad blockers.
Tell them to cancel that sale. I'll do an order as soon as I can, but it's not going to be before 9 a.m. And then let Judge Walker know I've taken care of it. Thank you. Sorry. Other issues come up, and this one had to be dealt with before 9 a.m. I'm back to you, Mr. Whitney.
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to put in 2277-253, if you could pull that up for us.
And do you have a list that you're going to be talking about today? And does the defense have a copy of it?
Yeah. Can I approach?
Sure. I'm sorry.
We need another one.
The clerk wants that copy.
You need to.
He's making a copy, Your Honor.
Yes, please skip the ads. If they're skippable, please skip the ads. Don't sit through 10-minute
They
ads.
just gave me another one, so take this one and give Alex the other one.
Judge, we object to this letter. They tried to put this in, I believe. They've tried to put this in their main case. Nothing has changed to make this now admissible. It's a letter from an attorney. They were able to refresh somebody's memory with it, but the court has already ruled that this is not admissible. Under 49.
If you do choose to go the YouTube Premium route, you have to be logged into that account when you're watching to get the benefit.
Judge, it's going to be misinterpreted that somehow Mrs. Kowalski was allowed to be in the hospital, and we just wouldn't let her in, as well as Kathy Beattie issues. And it's written by an attorney representing the Kowalskis. The court has reviewed this at least twice.
Mr. Whitney.
Yes, Your Honor. During our case in chief, the parties in the court had not yet arrived at the instruction that was read to the jurors regarding the scope of the dependency court orders. Now that that instruction has been read, this email should be inbounds. Additionally, the defense made a central part of their case an attempt to refute the idea that Ms. Beattie was supervising calls. They brought in 2 witnesses to that effect, Ms. Laporte, and the second escapes me at the moment. So this letter is directly responsive to what the defense did in their case to show that Ms. Beatty, the family was concerned, that Ms. Beatty was insisting on supervising the calls.
Which I just suspect, even if, okay. So it's Ms. Salisbury repeating hearsay from her clients with respect to their understanding of what was going on. That's not admissible regardless of Chapter 39. And it's Ms. Salisbury's interpretation of an order that the judge has told us all along the court will be instructing the jury on what the substance of the orders are. Yeah, Ms. Beatty has insisted, she has no direct knowledge of that, Judge. That's clearly based on hearsay. There's no testimony that she had any direct communication with Ms. Beatty. It's 403.
Here's my thoughts. We're probably going to have to revise this a little bit. Given the testimony of Kathy Beatty, was it Monday of this week? I do think at this point this letter is can be offered in response to Ms. Beatty's testimony on the issue of notice at a minimum. And so I do think, based on how Ms. Beatty testified, this letter is relevant. It also is relevant on the question of whether the hospital was on notice as to whether Ms. Beatty was or was not insisting on supervising telephone calls. We do know that the November 10th order allowed the guardian ad litem and the case manager, and I've instructed the jury that the dependency court did not provide that Johns Hopkins could supervise the calls.
Judge, could I briefly be heard on this?
Some version of this letter is coming in.
Well, here's the issue. This is not somebody with knowledge telling the hospital Ms. Beatty's been doing this. This is somebody whose client called them and said, hey, this is going on. And then she takes that as their word and puts it in a letter. This is not notice in the sense of, I observed this. This is hearsay, and they're making it gospel. And so it's putting them on notice of a complaint that her client gave her, not to the truth of the matter, Judge. And it's so prejudicial because it's going to come in as gospel when she has no basis for that other than hearsay from her client, which are self-serving. So it's a 403. There's nothing, and to come in after Ms. Beatty is gone, we can't call her back. I mean, it's strenuously object to this, and it's an interpretation of an order, which the court has not allowed us to do with any of our witnesses.
Your Honor, if I could add, this is that ambiguous thing about whether people can attend the therapy sessions, and I can represent to you that no one brought this up in front of the dependency court judge asking for clarification or enforcement of this.
I still think this letter goes to the question of notice, and based on how Ms. Beatty testified, I think this is an appropriate rebuttal. So the question is, are we going to redact it any?
Well, I think it needs to be redacted extremely, Judge. So certainly, I think it needs to stay in that she represents Jack Kowalski, and that Vanessa represents Beata, so they know that the source of this is their attorneys. I also think the visitation issue needs to be redacted, and her interpretation of the court order. So everything from I wanted to assure you had a copy of the court's order through the next paragraph, child. That has nothing to do with visitation. There's been no issue about that. We're going to have to call 3 or 4 witnesses at rebuttal to address this, that they're going to try to say that we prevented them from seeing, or Beata from seeing the child, and that's what they want this in for. That's totally inappropriate.
There's no interpretation of the order. It's a direct quote.
It's getting into the...
This is not a ruling, this is my proposed redaction. That we leave in the very first paragraph with the exception of when we would start redacting where it says, please note in paragraph 6, we would redact all that from there all the way down the entire, I'll call it paragraph 2 that starts with, it is my understanding that that paragraph would be redacted in its entirety. We then show where it starts with some concerns have arisen as to whether Kathy B is providing counseling to the child.
Judge, again, Ms. Beattie has insisted.
So I would leave that third paragraph in through the end of the. So basically, redact out starting with please note in paragraph 6 and all the way through the completion of the second paragraph.
Judge, we're concerned. Obviously, the court's overruling our objection, but we were concerned about the part in the third paragraph which says last name is be assisted should be present during every supervised telephone call. We would request that, which is not in the court order, see paragraph P of the court order, which should be redacted. Again, the court has maintained that it's the one advising the jury on what's in the order.
Okay, so with respect to the phrase which is not in the court order, parentheses, please see paragraph B on page 3 of the order, I would also agree to remove that clause. Anything, Mr. Whitney, else on this?
We'll accept those redactions.
Anything else, Ms. Crowells? Anything else?
I'd be repeating myself, Judge.
Okay. Then, as redacted, as I just discussed, I will receive 2277-2538, but let's make it an A. Can we make it an A, Madam Clerk? So that the appellate court would have both the version we've been working from as well as the redacted that will ultimately go to the jury.
He knows this will be argued in the appeal.
We're now past 9 o'clock.
Judge, we have a brief inquiry as to an exhibit that's in that we want to publish. We want to make sure that we don't need to redact something that wasn't previously redacted.
Okay, but let's probably not put it up on national TV.
No. We can.
I can hand it to the plaintiff.
Sure.
Would remind everyone, please, no name calling in chat.
I'm a little unclear as to timing on the directed verdict.
What I want to do is time shift directed verdicts, Mr. Altenburn, such that as soon as we finish with the defense case, where we normally would do DVs, let's pause. I want to go straight into rebuttal case.
At the end of all the evidence.
Right, and when all the evidence is in and everybody's rested, we will then do DVs, and that's more of a time shift to accommodate the jury and our schedules.
Presumably that would be late this afternoon.
I can hope.
Because I will probably leave for a while, but I'll be back late this afternoon. How's that?
We reached an agreement on a simple redaction relating to fundraising.
And what exhibit number so we can tell the clerk?
It's 3178-001. We'll re-enter at 3178-001A.
Does that work for the clerk? Thank you. Are we ready for the jury?
Judge, just to make sure, I just heard the court say we're going to go right into rebuttal. Does that mean there's a possibility we'll be doing this before lunch?
Yes.
I got to make a lot of phone calls.
I told you yesterday, or I told your side, we need to have everybody ready to go, stacked in the hallway.
Yeah.
Today is fast.
Yeah.
That was the judge snapping his fingers.
Well, hopefully everybody by 11, but we'll do it.
I was just going to give them the schedule. We have 2 witnesses, and I have about 30 minutes of publications of testimony and transcripts, and then we should be done. So that 11 o'clock is probably realistic.
I just want to make sure that I'm on time. So if it's 11, I'll tell people to get here as soon as possible.
Right. I mean, I think you were saying that you possibly were going to call Jack Kowalski. Perhaps if you didn't have witnesses, you call him first.
Sure.
But let's go.
Okay.
Let's get this done today. Let's bring in the jury.
Let's get this done today. Famous last words. Judge is rubbing his hands in anticipation that this may actually have an end. Spicy argument this morning. Very intense argument, and the objections from the defense about that letter that is between 2 of the Kowalski's attorneys. Interesting that it was allowed in. I thought there was no way it would come in because of the hearsay rule, but the judge basically said, because of the testimony that we got from Kathy Beatty, I'm going to allow this in. I'm not sure if that was the right answer. I don't know what the reasoning was, just because it's to the contrary, but
new
interesting.
Month, new hair color. Good morning. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
You can definitely speak your opinion. We just ask all of it be done respectfully. No name calling. That's all.
Accounts of this case. And no one has approached you about this case. And you brought this cold weather with you today.
Right.
Yes. It was kind of nice outside this morning, wasn't it? Yes. Okay.
Hearsay is allowed
Defense.
for impeachment.
Yes, the defense calls Nurse Sylvia Bwig.
Nurse Boland? Is that what I just heard? This is not Dr. Doland. This is Nurse Boland. Unless I heard wrong.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
May it please court?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the jury, please?
Sylvia Bwig.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a RN case manager.
Okay. And where do you work?
All Children's Hospital.
And am I correct that back in 2016 you were a bedside nurse for Maya Kowalski when she was on the floor at 7 North?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you render nursing services to Maya Kowalski over the course of October 2016 to January of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about the path you took to becoming a pediatric nurse?
I actually grew up in Venice. I went to volunteered at Venice Hospital for a very long time, many hours. I saw the nurses there, and I really loved their passion for their patients, and that made me go into nursing. I went to USF and got my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. I actually had a PCT job at Shriners Hospital while I was in nursing school. And then that's where I found my love for children and found that that's the path that I wanted to go down in pediatric nursing. So, and then from there I had my internship at All Children's Hospital, which now is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So I started there as a nursing student, and then
loved it, got a job there, and I've been there for 33 years.
So at the time you cared for Maya Kowalski, approximately how much nursing experience did you have?
I had, it was 2016, so I had 26 years of nursing.
Now, segueing back to 2016, October, November, December, and into January of 2017, you were a floor nurse at that time?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what type of responsibilities a floor nurse has?
We are in charge of caring for the patient. I was a night nurse for those many years, so I started at 7 p.m. So we would, take their vital signs, report to the doctor of any discrepancies in those, any medications that were needed for the patient we would give them, and then monitor the patient throughout the shift.
Please tell the jury about the relationship and bonds that you developed with Maya Kowalski while you were her floor nurse.
So I really loved Maya. She was one of my favorite patients. We had kind of our routine in the evening. So I would come on, we would talk a little bit, we'd do her vital signs. She many times was over on the couch playing, so I would many times play with her. She liked doing puzzles, so I would do puzzles with her. She would draw pictures. Many times she would give me some pictures that she would draw. I would then prepare her for her nighttime routine, which we would, brush her teeth, give her a bath, get her bed changed, all that stuff, and then get her ready for bed. And then we would monitor her through the night.
Can you walk the jury a little bit through how you would actually assist Maya with her showering in the evening?
So Maya was mostly, we would have to transfer. She was a very modest child, so we really tried to keep her, that modesty personal to her. So we would transfer her, from her wheelchair, bed to the wheelchair, get her in the bathroom, and we would unchange her, but we'd always keep like a towel over her so she could stay modest and private. We would then help her into the shower tub with the towel on and everything, help her assist, and then we would it would be me and a PCT usually, because we usually need most of the time you use two people to help her transfer and stuff. And then we would let her take her shower herself, but we would be right outside the door with the door cracked in case she needed something, so she could call out. So we could be right there. So one of us would always stay in the room so that if she needed something, we could get to her.
And you mentioned some activities that you did with Maya. I think you said puzzles. Were there any other types of activities that you remember doing with Maya in the evening hours or into the night?
So usually we had some time, like we started at 7, usually between 9 and 11. Whenever I had like some spare time, I would go in and I'd stay with her, and like the puzzles stuck out with me a lot. She liked playing a lot of times. She was usually a lot of times on the couch, and she would play with her little, I don't know what they were called, but a little house with little people in it. She, like I said, she liked to draw. Many times I would stay in there and watch a movie with her or something on the TV with her, and so we enjoyed each other.
And why don't you give the jury kind of a layout of how Maya's room actually looked and some of the personal items that Maya had in her room?
Felt like she had a lot of toys, a lot of coloring books. A lot of the stuff was over by the couch, but then she always had something on her little bedside table. So you kind of walked in the room, and you would have initially the nursing, blood pressure cuffs and things like that initially by the sink. And then her bed would be there, and she had like a bedside table. So she would have her toys and playthings, and I would usually get her some things from Child Life that could color, so she could, do something, some little activity. Sometimes there was some painting activities that she would like to do. And then beside that was the big couch in front of the big window. So all the rooms have a big window in there, so it's nice and bright in there.
Now, my understanding is you were also Maya's nurse during a period of time where she was in the EEG room, or room 709. Do you remember anything about that room specifically?
Not specifically, as in I remember her in that room. I remember her primarily in like rooms 701 and 13, but all the rooms are the same layout. So they're all, they have the big window, the bed. I mean, it's all the same layout.
I understand that Maya's faith was very important to her. Do you have any recollection of Maya praying or having access to religious materials while she was on the floor?
Yes, I do know that she's religious, as am I, so I would never, keep that from anybody. You can have whatever religion you'd like. She did used to have a little book that I remember that had some religious material in it. That was always by her bedside. And I do remember her. She did at times, when she was later in a different room, she did have a religious necklace or something on her neck, but she did pray. And then I remember one time when I went in her room, this is because when I walked in the room, there was maybe 4 people in there kind of in a circle around her, and they were praying. So I, didn't break it up, and I just kind of stood there, and they were actually praying a prayer that I knew, so I kind of silently said that same prayer to myself. And then they were leaving for the evening.
Did Maya ever tell you who her favorite nurse was on the staff at All Children's?
She loved Sammy Wood. Yeah, that was her favorite nurse.
And what did Maya say about Sammy Wood that gave you the impression that she was her favorite nurse?
Well, I think it's mostly because she's younger, but she was also more fun. The younger nurses were a little bit more lively, but they also spent a lot of time with her in there. Whenever you walked by Maya's room, there was usually a nurse in there playing with her or watching TV or doing something with her. But I know that was her favorite, because she used to have she made a list of nurses that she liked and who she would like to have for that shift, so that the charge could set up those nurses if they were available and it was possible to give to her, so that she felt more comfortable and that she loved. So.
And I'd like to draw your attention now to what's in evidence as 2364008 and 009, if you could put that up, Clay. I'll represent to you that this is a special My Care journal created by Maya Kowalski while she was at All Children's Hospital. And at the bottom it says, people I really liked at the hospital. Is that pulled up for you so you can see it?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to a few people on this list and ask you to tell us who they are. Do you know who Amanda is? She's got the heart next to her name.
Yes, Amanda Cook. That was also probably her second favorite. Her second favorite nurse. She's also a younger nurse. Also very lively and smiles a lot and very boisterous.
And then down below, I've got a smiley face next to a nurse, Lindsay. Who would that be?
I'm not sure if that is Lindsay. We have 2 Lindsays. The spelling of that one is probably, she's also a younger nurse. She is also a day shift. Those 2 are day shift nurse. Actually, Amanda's night shift, but Lindsay is a day shift nurse, but also younger, very sweet. Both are very professional and very great nurses.
And then we get over to the second page on 009. I see there's actually 6 stars next to a person named Sylvia. Would that be you?
It's probably me, because I'm the only Sylvia on the floor.
You do notice here you have the most stars of anyone.
I do see that, and I'm very excited about that.
Do you want to take back your prior testimony about who's favorite?
Well, I don't see Sam, so maybe Sam had her own page. I'm not sure, but.
And what about Angela? She's got 3 stars there.
Angela. I don't remember an Angela.
That's fine. Let me ask you this. When you're caring for somebody like Maya Kowalski, does the team of nurses kind of adopt a collaborative approach? In other words, maybe you're not on shift that day, but you lend a helping hand whenever you can if Maya needed something?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Why don't you describe that concept for the jury, this idea of kind of a collaborative nursing approach?
So I'm assuming that you can expect that it can be a very busy floor. You might have 2 children that might need to go to the bathroom at the same time, or one needs a drink, or so if a patient is calling out to need something, if somebody else is busy, then we would help them care for the patient, and that can be down to getting them a drink, changing their bed, or even giving a medicine. If the other nurse is busy and they need to get a medicine for pain medicine or something like that, then we would help each other out. And especially 7 North is the nurses are very bonded, very close, so we really help each other out all the time.
In your experience with Maya, did she have the opportunity to get out of her room and go to other parts of the hospital and engage in activities? And if so, what do you recall about that?
Well, again, I am a night shifter, so we would, have her out in her wheelchair around the floor, but we only really had, from 7 to 11 before she went to bed. But we always would report to each other at shift change. So the day shift nurse would always, say that she went to the playroom almost every day, I think, with Child Life. I know like she baked cookies many times. She liked baking cookies downstairs. I know she gave me one. I know that she liked to get out of her room, so I know that she went mostly to the playroom is my understanding, and then she also did like physical therapy, occupational therapy downstairs. We have it on a different floor.
Did you care for Maya?
Did I care?
Did you have fond feelings for her?
Oh yes, I loved Maya.
And to this day you still have fond feelings for her?
I do.
Yeah. It's your witness.
When's the last time you wrote her?
Last time I wrote her?
Yeah, called her, wrote her to see how she's doing.
Last time I saw her was when she was probably a couple days before she was discharged to the hospital.
Okay. Where were you when Kathy Beattie photographed Maya Kowalski?
I was probably sleeping because I'm a night shifter.
So you weren't there?
No, I was not there.
Do you know anybody else that was there?
I would say day shift was there, but I don't know any personal people.
You mentioned a cross. I wanted to see. Sorry about all that shuffling. I know people don't like my shuffling.
He's listening to us.
Let's look at 2604-004. Was that the type of cross?
The type of cross? What?
Well, the type of necklace with the cross on it.
I've seen that one before. It was more of like a material one.
Mm-hmm. So, I heard your representations of religious material. Was the thing that you said a book with religious material, was that called a Bible?
I don't think it was.
Mr. Anderson.
I don't think it was a Bible.
Okay, so this was a prayer book?
That's what it looked like, yes.
Uh-huh. All right. And I didn't hear you mention a rosary.
I did say that before, yes.
And I didn't hear you talk about her being able to have communion.
No, I did not say that.
And overall, I didn't hear you describe her having a cross up in her room. She never did she?
Not that I remember.
So, you care about Maya. I know you've testified. So you would be able to, you think, understand her moods by looking at her?
Yes, but I always would verbally ask her.
Uh-huh.
How she was feeling.
Sure.
Other things.
But you saw her almost every day for quite a long time, right?
Usually 2 to 3 days a week with my shifts.
Okay. Well, let's pull up 2604-005. Does Maya look happy there?
No.
Is that in her room?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Wow. I don't know what that gained. That she was a favorite nurse, that there were good people. Is that what the defense was going for? That Maya did have people she liked, and this was one of them, and they were kind, they spent time with her, they helped her, they were considerate. I guess that could be I mean, that just if that was the whole purpose, it seems like their message now is we're not all like what you've seen so far. That's what I take from that. But we have seen this is not the only nice person. There are many nice people that we've seen. Even on defense case, doctors. I can't think of a doctor that was overly nice, but great nurses. We've heard that there are some really good nurses, and Maya mentioned many as well. Interesting. I don't know why they called her. I really don't. And why Mr. Anderson crossed her. See what the jury thinks here. Yes, I don't know if Mr. Anderson watches us or watches other things, or if he has people that watch for him and they pass messages along. He is allowed to watch. He's not under the sequestration rule where he can't talk to anybody about the case outside of the trial. So he definitely can find things out. So it's no surprise that he knows that we don't like his paper shuffling.
Just a couple of questions. Are you still employed at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital or anywhere in the nursing industry?
Yes, I'm still employed at Johns Hopkins.
Did Maya ever mention any staff that she was not too keen on?
She did not personally tell me that she had any problems with staff.
Mr. Hughes.
Nothing further.
Did you ever ask her?
Did I ask her what?
Whether there were any people there that were bothering her or making her feel bad or hurting her?
No, I did not ask her that.
Let's have one final question. If I could, would you recognize some of Maya's pajamas, other clothing, you think? I know it's been a long time, but is it possible you could?
Maybe.
All right. Let's pull up 2604-018. Do you look at it hard and see if you can remember back? Does that look like a type of pajamas that Maya would wear to bed?
I don't recall. I believe she was more covered up.
Well, obviously with a shirt on over it, but generally with the pants and that type.
Yeah, she would have more covered up though.
Yeah, a shirt over it.
Yeah.
There's no shirt on this, but generally it would.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Members of the jury, anything further? May this witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And released from all subpoenas?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
You're free to go.
Who's echoing the judge? You're free to go.
Mr. Hughes, are you calling the next witness?
Is that the bailiff?
Yes, I am.
No, that was Mr. Hughes.
The defense would like to call Nurse Amanda Cook.
Next nurse, Sylvia Bwig, I think was her name, is done. And now we have Nurse Amanda Cook. I'm surprised Mr. Anderson crossed that nurse when he's got so much to get in order for his rebuttal today. Was Nurse Amanda, was she on the nice list, Maya's nice list in the stars? Do you know?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Amanda was a favorite. Okay, so 2 nice nurses in a row.
May it please court?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the jury?
Amanda Flores.
And I understand back in 2016 you went by a different name. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if the jury were to look at charting from 2016, your name would be?
Amanda Cook.
Can you move a little closer to the microphone so the jury can hear you?
Amanda Cook.
There you go. So in the charting you're Amanda Cook, but now you're Amanda Flores.
Correct.
All right. Sorry to have to deal with that in the front.
It's okay.
And I understand that you rendered some floor nursing services to Maya Kowalski over the course of October 2016 to January of 2017. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is your current occupation?
I am a pediatric nurse practitioner with the Department of Anesthesia at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about the path you took to become a nurse practitioner at All Children's Hospital in the pediatric anesthesiology department?
Okay, so I went to school at St. Petersburg College for my undergraduate. I got my bachelor's degree there. And then I ended up going to University of South Florida for my master's degree with a specialization in pediatric nurse practitioner. And I started at All Children's in 2014. Do you want me to get my work history?
Yeah, go ahead and talk about your work history too, sure.
Sorry. So I started at a facility called Sable Palms in 2012, and I worked there until 2014, and that was working with chronic kids. It was a 32-bed unit, and so I worked there for 2 years, but my dream was always to work at All Children's. And in 2014, I was hired on to 7 North at All Children's Hospital, and I worked on that unit until 2018. And then in 2018, I started with the University of South Florida with the nephrology department, still at All Children's, and I worked with USF Nephrology until 2022, and then that is when I started with back at All Children's in the Department of Anesthesia in the pre-op area.
You touched on this a little bit in your response, but why don't you tell the jury about the passion you have specifically for caring for patients with chronic illnesses or chronic problems?
Yeah, so I naturally, when I worked at Sable Palms, those kids were there for an extended period of time, so I took care of the patients as well as communicating with the families, so I just love building relationships with them. And then when I started at All Children's, we had kids that would come in, we'd call them frequent flyers, kids that would come in frequently, and I just naturally would build relationships with those patients. So yeah.
And why don't you tell the jury why it is you decided to make pediatric nursing your calling?
So I have a pretty strong faith background. I grew up in a Christian home with parents who love and serve the Lord, and they taught me to do the same thing. And so growing up, I wanted to be that love to other people, to patients. I wanted to be the hands and feet of Jesus, I guess you could say. And so nursing was a way to do that. I believe that when I walk into a room, I carry the power of the living God living inside of me. And so when I walk into the room, I can bring hope in hopeless situations, and peace in stressful situations, and joy in times of mourning. And so my patients are not just a person, but there's someone I can love, there's someone I can care for, there's someone I can bring hope for. And so it's that little girl that's scared and nervous and doesn't have her family with her, or that mom that just lost her child, or that child that was just diagnosed with cancer. It's that being able to love on them and be the love of God and really just help them through those situations.
Now, I understand you were Maya's floor nurse back in 2016 and into early 2017, right?
Correct.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about how, as a spiritual person, you interacted with Maya on a spiritual level?
Yeah, so when I first met Maya, she was sweet, a little 9 or 10-year-old blonde little girl that I remember carrying her rosary beads and loved God. And so that was a mutual connection that we had, and I had opportunities to pray with her and talk with her about God, and just be able to comfort her in just times of unknown. You know, you're a 9 or 10-year-old in a place that is not your home. So,
hey guys, please be
Did you ever have
respectful
the
of her
opportunity
religion.
to pray with Maya?
I did.
Was that something you would do often?
You can do better than this.
I would.
And did Maya have access to a rosary?
She did.
I also understand you were present for some of Maya Kowalski's, what I'll call an AM routine, how she would get ready for the day. Why don't you paint a picture for the jury about how Maya liked to get ready and the things that you or other staff members would do to help her with that?
Yeah, that's correct. So we worked as a collaborative team with Maya. There were days I specifically cared for Maya. There's days that I just helped out. And she really liked her time in the morning. She liked to have her time with God. She liked to get dressed. She liked to put on her makeup. She liked to have a slow morning of eating her breakfast. And so it was very common for us to check in with her, get her anything that she needed, give her the time that she needed. And then the day would start kind of once she was all ready. When she was dressed, her makeup was on, she had her time.
Okay. And did you ever help Maya with getting dressed?
Yes, I did.
Why don't you tell the jury about what it was, how it was the nursing staff would help Maya get her clothes on, for example?
Yeah, so as time went on, Maya was able to, I would do assistance helping her to her chair. She would put her clothes on. She would, if she needed assistance as far as putting her pants on or whatever it may be, we would kind of give her as much privacy as we could as far as, turning her heads but helping her put her clothes on in the morning if that's what she needed at the time.
What about showering? Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about Maya's showering routine and how you or other nurses helped with that?
So I do recall transferring her in her wheelchair. There was a bathroom inside her room, and so we would help transfer her to the shower. And she was mostly, from my recollection and from my charting, she was able to do it for the most part independently. And we would give her, step out of the bathroom, give her privacy for that. And then when she was ready, we would come back in and help her.
And am I correct that you also rendered some nursing services while Maya Kowalski was in the EEG room, also room 709?
That is correct.
Okay. Why don't you describe the layout of the EEG room as it compares to all the other hospital rooms that would be on 7 North?
So it looks like just like any other room. As you walk into the room, there's a computer and a sink. The computer on the right-hand side, a sink. If you look forward, there's a window with a windowsill, and the bed is on the right-hand side, and then the bathroom is to the corner on the left, as well as there's a TV on the left-hand side as well.
And I understand that there was a bedside commode in the EEG room as well, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about how you physically as a nurse would interact with a patient like Maya with respect to a bedside commode, getting from the bed to the bedside commode, that type of thing?
Yeah, so with the bedside commode, we would often help transfer her from the bed to the commode if she was using the commode rather than the bathroom, especially at night. We would help transfer her to the commode, and then normally while she used the commode, we would turn around, look the other way, and then when she was ready for any type of assistance and transfer back, we would.
Is it common for there to be a little bit of space between the bedside commode and the bed, such that the commode's not right up against the bed?
Correct. There's a little bit of space in between.
And why is that space there?
For safety, giving a little time for transfer. I mean, you have two people that have to transfer a patient, or one person that has to transfer a patient. So,
do you recall any instances in the EEG room where Maya Kowalski had an episode of incontinence?
I do not recall that.
Is that something you would have put in your nursing charting if it happened?
That is correct.
And you didn't hear from anybody else that happened?
I did not hear from anybody else that happened.
Did Maya Kowalski have her good days and some bad days?
Yes, absolutely.
Why don't you tell the jury some of the things that you or other members of the staff would do on days where maybe she wasn't particularly feeling all that well or wasn't very cheerful?
Yeah, so we had opportunities. We had different, we are a children's hospital, so we have a piano, we have a chapel, we have a playroom. So especially on the days in which she maybe was down, we would talk to her, like what she wanted to do that day, and we would always do that, but if she wanted to go to the piano, we may spend a little bit of time with her making bracelets, or she loves Shopkins, so sometimes we would contact our child life specialist. They have toys on site, so they can bring stuff in, whether she needed a little bit more time to spend time with the Lord or whatever she needed, that we would often do that.
Now, the jury's heard quite a bit about Shopkins, but can you take us back into 2016 and 2017 and tell us about the kind of stuff, and I'll use that term loosely, that was brought into Maya's room from friends, families, and other folks?
Yeah, she loved Shopkins. I don't have any children of my own, but I remember specifically how much she loved Shopkins. She had the entire windowsill filled with Shopkins and stuffed animals, and I know that family members would bring those in. Nurses, if we saw something out that a Shopkin that she didn't have because it was like collectible, if I recall, we would bring those in for her. Child life, just the different staff members. Yeah.
So if you, for example, saw a Shopkin out on your own time, you'd use your own money to purchase it, bring it back for Maya?
Yeah, we really loved...
You can answer.
I'm sorry. Yeah. We really loved Maya. She became part of our unit. She was there for a while, so...
Was she appreciative of things like people bringing a Shopkin in on their own time?
Absolutely.
What about food? Did you recall Maya's patterns with food or ordering food, that type of thing?
Yeah, there was things that she liked. She could have the opportunity to call down to the cafeteria and order specifically what she wanted. There was times that if she was getting ready in the morning, in order to have her food delivered at a right time, we could put a little message into the cafeteria, and so we've ordered, Captain Crunch or Captain Crunch, Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Cheerios or milkshake, sandwiches, different things like that.
And in terms of your nursing charting, did you observe any improvement with Maya's upper and lower extremities over the time that you rendered services to her?
Yeah, I do recall early, one of my first times taking care of her, charted in October, her upper extremities were more weak. And then as time went on, her upper extremities, she was able to do more independently, and it was mostly just the lower extremities.
And do you recall Maya receiving any visitors during the time she was at All Children's Hospital?
I did, yes.
Who were some of the folks that would come visit Maya?
I know her dad came to visit her brother, her aunt and uncle are the ones that I mostly remember.
Were you ever nominated for a Daisy Award by Maya Kowalski?
So I do remember, I believe I was. I do not have the nomination. I went through a move, so I looked for it because I was like, I feel like I was.
Do you know if any of the other nurses on staff received a nomination?
To my recollection, yes, there were a couple.
Okay. And when you were caring for Maya Kowalski, did you consider her to be kind of part of your family?
Yeah, I felt like I was in my mid-20s when I was caring for her, so I felt like she was one of my nieces or daughters. Like I cared for her like she was my own.
I really appreciate your time for coming in today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's your witness.
And when was the last time that you got in contact with Maya?
It would have been
7 years ago?
Yeah,
6 years
before
ago?
she left the hospital.
You were that close.
I'm sorry?
You were that close, right?
Yes.
It was 7 years ago. All right. So then, you are aware that that Maya lost her mom, right?
I am aware of that, yes.
Yeah. And I didn't see your name in any of the records from the 8th on to the time that Maya left Johns Hopkins. Isn't it true you did not see her during that period?
The 8th of what? I'm sorry?
After the 8th of January 2017, the day her mom, or the day after her mom killed herself.
So I worked on the unit, and it was a collaborative.
Ma'am, my question is, were you there or not?
Was I at the hospital that day?
No. Were you there on the floor with Maya?
I don't recall if I worked that exact day or not.
So you were so close, regardless of whether you were working there or not, but you were so close that on the day after she lost her mom, you did not come in to pay your condolences. True?
I did not say that.
If you were on the floor, you did not go in to pay your condolences, did you?
I paid my condolences to Maya. I do not recall what day it was.
All right. And what? You walked into the room? You sent a card? What'd you do?
I talked to Maya, asked her if she needed prayer.
And if there was, needed prayer. How many times did you and Maya attend services together?
I did not attend a service with Maya.
Was Maya able to attend services of any kind?
To my recollection, yes, she was allowed to.
Where would she do that?
If there's a chapel, she could talk to the priest or the chaplain.
You do know what a religious service is, don't you?
I'm sorry?
You do know what a religious service is, don't you? A Christian religious service, obviously you do?
Yes.
There were no services there on Sundays that Maya could attend.
Objective.
True?
Overruled.
Overruled. True?
To my recollection, that is true.
Now, a patient, well, first let me ask, on the video, there appears to be someone applying cream to Maya's lesions. Was that you? On the EEG surveillance video. You've seen that?
I don't recall that video.
Okay. Well, assume here that there was, we're trying to figure out which nurse it was who was applying cream to Maya's lesions. Would that have been you?
I don't recall that video. I do not know.
Okay. Well, you said you were there, right? And you described the room, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever apply any lotion or cream to Maya's lesions?
Asked and answered.
I do not recall.
You do not recall either way?
I do not recall applying lotion to Maya's lesions.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe not in that circumstance, but in any circumstance?
I don't specifically recall.
That's okay. Just tell me generally.
I don't recall.
All right. So it would be if a patient, particularly somebody you really cared about, like Maya, was forced to defecate on herself while in your and the other nurses' care. That would be, I'm not asking you to agree with me on whether it happened or not, but if it did happen, that would be embarrassing, would it not?
Assumes facts, not an evidence.
Overruled.
If that, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. If a child was put in a situation where she had to defecate, poop on herself, that would be an embarrassing situation, would it not?
That is correct.
And you and the other nurses were the people that would put the information into the nursing chart, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you're aware that Maya Kowalski has testified here that she had to defecate on herself, are you not?
I am now aware of that.
When did you learn that?
I've learned that now. I've been told that she was.
Okay, when were you told?
When I spoke to my attorney yesterday, yes.
Okay, and he explained about the what Maya testified to in that regard?
That is correct.
Approach.
Whoa, approach. Hang on. This is a witness who is sequestered, whose attorney just told her about another. Oh, wow. They just got her. Ooh, boom, boom, boom. Oh. I hate it. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. This she does not know. She does not know even right now that what she said was wrong. She does not know right now that what happened was wrong. That sequestration rule, she cannot know anything that happened. And the attorney of all people, the attorney needs to know. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay, while they're talking, let me tell you, I have been drilling down through YouTube settings, and things are changed a ton. But I think I've been able to go back to very close to how we were before on the ad settings. It doesn't let me default to this way, so every time we start a live, I have to drill down and try to manually change the settings to as minimal and minimally invasive as possible. I don't want a million comments about, hey, I just got an ad, but just generally at the end of the day, if you can let me know if from now on, I realize we've had two sort of ad batches that came out. I can see the dips in the viewership when people are switched over to an ad. Let me know if there's another big dip. I don't know how to do that. Maybe, I don't know. On second thought, let's not talk about ads. We'll talk about it at the end of the day. Anyway, I'm doing what we can to get this as pleasant an experience, a watching experience for you as possible. It's not worth the ad revenue for me. I don't want the ad revenue if it makes it miserable for you to watch the court case. So this is big. This is big. All the attorneys are involved. Let's see if where this goes from here. Mr. Hunter has got things to say. That was such a soft approach to the question about Maya, not getting the nurse responded in time, so she had defecated on herself in her bed, and just the way Mr. Anderson worded that, saying, just not saying it's true or not, just assume that it was. That would be very embarrassing. She's like, yes, when did he hear it? And she's like, I know that now. And she volunteered. She's like, I know that now. She's like, well, when did you find out? And she's like, I found out yesterday when I talked to my attorney. And then Mr. Anderson's like, he told you about what Maya testified to.
Objection is sustained.
Boom.
Were you on the PICU floor?
No.
Objection sustained.
Which floor were you on?
7 North.
Uh-huh. Do you have any photographs of you and Maya together?
No.
Did you have a camera phone over this period of time?
Yes.
Have you been able to review any other surveillance videos of Maya?
There was some EEG footage that I reviewed back in several years ago, and this case was going to be earlier.
Okay. Do you know why there are no photographs of Maya except during the period of time that risk management said that Kathy Beatty was supposed to take them?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I do not know.
How long was Maya there?
October through January.
About 3 months or so?
That is correct.
And how often did you see her?
Almost every shift that I worked.
And how many shifts per week?
Approximately 3 per week.
So that's 12. You saw her approximately 50 to 60 times over this period, assuming that you saw her every shift, which I think you testified to. You would have seen her in the fall of 2016 50 to 60 times?
Approximately.
And over that 50 to 60 times, you all were so close and having such a wonderful time together that there isn't a single photograph of you together. True?
That is correct. I'm a nurse, and so taking photos of my patients is not acceptable.
Nothing for
Mr. Hughes.
If Maya Kowalski had soiled herself, would you have helped change her bedding?
Absolutely.
Would you have remembered that?
Absolutely.
Would you have put that in your nursing notes?
Absolutely.
Have you had a chance to review all of your nursing notes from the time that you cared for Maya, including while she was in the EEG room?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any evidence of any incident where Maya soiled herself?
I did not.
Thank you again for coming in today. Have a nice day.
Mr. Andrews, your nursing notes. Did you ever see Kathy Beatty with Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
How often?
I don't recall the amount of times.
A lot? A little? Once a week? How often?
I don't recall.
Nothing further.
Members of the jury.
Now we get some jury questions. I think they may be done.
Have you stepped back? It looks like a little bit more than.
Okay, we're gonna see if we can listen in.
Discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. All rise. Jurors exit.
Okay, so I'm going to be recounting my version of the events as I hear them over the Zoom feed. Generally, the witness is excused as well. She has not been excused yet. Well. Yes, she has. The jurors are out of our presence. Red number 1. Do you know why Maya was moved to room 709? If so, do you think it was strange for them to take Maya for 2 days, and why? No objections, says Mr. Anderson. Shapiro says, yeah, I guess if the answer to the first question is no, then the second question she wouldn't have foundation for it. We'd object to her answer to the first one was no, then she wouldn't have the proper foundation to ask the second one. So we would object to the second one. Mr. Anderson says, I have no objection to either. Judge says, the witness previously testified that she took care of Maya Kowalski in the EEG room. So I think the second question is fair, even if the witness answers no to the first question. Red number 2. Was there a bedside commode in Maya's regular room? If not, why was there one placed in the EEG room? Was she observed using the bedside commode without assistance in the EEG room as she was being video recorded in that room? No objections from either side. Red number 3. What would occur professionally if a nurse was in the practice of trying to keep in touch with your ex-child patients? Did Maya ever writhe in pain from CRPS, pain of being picked up and be transferred to the bathroom or commode? Did Maya have to go to a place to find God? Could she speak to God when and where she wanted? Is it acceptable practice to take personal pictures of patients on your personal phone? Mr. Shapiro says no objection. Anderson says no objection. You were one of Maya's floor nurses. Was your shift day or night, tight time at that time? During that time, how much contact did you have with, in your duties, with Kathy Beatty, Sally Smith? I'm interested in if your contact was you seeking out them to give information about Maya, or any of them seeking you out to ask about Maya. No objection, says Anderson. The judge says, well, there's more. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. At the absolute top, it says, first, Judge C, after I wrote question, Flores says she talked to attorneys, but asked, as I want to know more, thanks. Then it says, first, something, I don't know. Prior to today, has, quote, the Shapiro lawyer, end quote, team, talked and or prepped you for your testimony today? Yes, you mentioned you did after I wrote this question, but now I want to know on what dates. How long did the conversation last? Were you given or shown documents to review or refresh your recollection? Here is the totality of this person's questions. They're like Shapiro team. Judge says, that's okay. It's Miss Lawrence team on your side. Lawrence says, item number 1A of 1 is fine. And number 2 is fine, says Anderson. You agree number 2 ends right here? After Sally Smith. 2 is fine with me, says that's right. No objection, says Shapiro. Shapiro says no objection here, no objection there. Judge says, and 2 ends after Sally Smith? Yes, says Shapiro. They're reading. No objection to that one. Let's do it one at a time. Shapiro says, I don't think... Let me read the whole question, says Shapiro. Anderson, this part looks fine to me, Judge. I don't know. Let's flip it over. We'll see. Crowell says, yeah, I mean, they're all speaking in partial sentences on top of each other. Shapiro says, we object to what I would say is number 3 as to found a violation of the attorney-client privilege. Judge says, okay, you're talking about everything on the second side of the paper. Shapiro says, starting here over to, I believe when he says, I'm interested in what your contact was, I think this whole thing is a question about her meetings with our team. He wants to know on what dates, how long, what were you given, what were you shown. Those are all invasions of the attorney-client privilege. And I would note that we would request that the judge could make additional instruction that being with witnesses does not incorporate violation of the law. Anderson says, so our position on this is that I will call on this what I'll call the beginning of 3 or 3. Those are perfectly legitimate questions about contact between some of the witnesses, key witnesses in this case. The judge says to me, when I read the bottom of the first page of red number 4, talking about whether this witness was seeking out to give information, and it actually refers to the second question, talking about Kathy Beatty and Sally Smith. or them coming to her, I think that is separate from what is on the backside or the second page of red number 4, which I agree goes to attorney-client privilege. So the second page, going to sustain. Now, obviously, you can come up and ask further questions, but ultimately, the content of the communications with the Shapiro team. Sorry, Mr. Hunter, it says judge. This juror has called it the Shapiro team. Mr. Hunter said, well, we'll abide by the rules, Judge. All right, says Mr. Anderson. The first one, where it says first here, have you talked and or prepped, has been a question I've asked throughout this entire trial. With Judge says, I am sustaining on the second page. I said, you can follow up. What the reality is, the content of the communications is protected by the attorney-client privilege, period, the end. Anderson says, we are in agreement with that, Judge. 90.502 is clear on that. This part down here, I agree 100% with the court. The part up here about whether or not there was a conversation, whether you're prepped, is an appropriate question. And the rest of it cannot be. The yes or no, or you prepped, is an appropriate question. There's no attorney-client privilege for yes or no. It's just not deemed as... That's the court's rule. I understand. Judge says, do I need to say anything more? No. Anderson, no, Judge, you need not say anything more. Thank you. Your Honor, we have, says Shapiro, about 30 minutes of video and publications, and then I'm going to confer with during the break if there's anything else we need to do before we rest. Judge says, what I want to do is let's finish that, and then on the break, after you play your depots, then you can talk with the clerk. I'll give like a 15-minute break, and then that way, after you come out from that break, you can then rest. Shapiro says, so assuming this takes about 10 minutes, our publication takes about 24, and then we'll take our break. Okay, Anderson says, so I'm starting maybe after lunch? Judge says, it'll probably be starting about 11:10 to 11:15 if I had to guess. Give or take 10 minutes. Just one other thing, says Mr. Anderson. Judge says, it's fine. You can, I don't have the white noise machine on. You can just ask whatever you want. Anderson says, I just want to know the schedule this afternoon. Are we going to be able to go prep and get ready for the instructions tomorrow? Do you want me to take care of those this afternoon? What's the court's preference? Judge says, we are doing DV motions after the jury leaves. We're going to first do DV motions, and then we're going to start on jury instructions. But we also are going to talk about the ground rules for closing arguments. Before you leave, we have to go over the ground rules for closing arguments. And I don't know if Mr. Hunter, Mr. Shapiro, before you all leave today, we need to have the discussion about the ground rules for closings. Yes, Your Honor, says Shapiro. Thank you, says the judge. Altenberg says, on the jury instructions, I'm going to leave and go back. Mr. Elegant and I should have something to you by 3:30 this afternoon. I don't know if he was... Mr. Shapiro's whispering over him, and I can't hear him. Something about being more productive. Let me think about that, says the judge. It's possible that I might be able to give some statements about some of them that we can easily dispense with so that we can get into the more substantive discussions. There's some easy things. There's some opportunities, says the judge, to excel. Let's bring in the jury. Oh, and I need the nurse back too, please. All right, there we go. Oh my goodness. That's tough. When they all talk over each other, it gets a little difficult. Let's see, I'm not sure if I missed any super chats or gifts during that. Angie Torres did gift 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Angie. Appreciate that. Very, very generous gift there. Thank you so much. And we're at 1675 on the objections. Thanks for keeping track of those. It's hard to keep up when my ears and my mouth are going full time. So directed verdicts are coming up. This is round 2 of directed verdicts. This is when, after all the case is over, basically, then we're going to talk about directed verdicts, where the judge says, okay, nothing was brought up to this, and there may be things thrown out. There may be things thrown out here. I don't envision a lot of change from what the current allegations are, but there could be a couple more little parts and pieces that get whittled away from the jury.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
And did not see any accounts from the media, correct?
Correct.
And no one approached you about this case?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to be able to ask almost all of the questions. And you just saw Nurse Flores walk back in. The attorneys and I went over these questions outside her presence. Ma'am, Nurse Flores?
Yes.
Okay. Jury has several questions. I'm going to read them to you.
Okay.
Did you know why Maya was moved to room 709?
I believe that's where she was at when she started. I don't recall.
Do you think it was strange for them to tape Maya for 2 days, and why?
I don't recall them taking Maya for 2 days.
No, I'm sorry. Taping. Videotaping, not take. I apologize if I misspoke. Do you think it was strange for them to videotape Maya for 2 days, and why?
I just remember it was just part of the process. So not necessarily.
Next question. Was there a bedside commode in Maya's regular room?
She had a bedside commode, yes, available to her. Bedside commodes, if they need them, they're available to patients.
Okay, so I will not ask the follow-up because it was if not. Was Maya observed using the bedside commode without assistance in the EEG room as she was being video recorded in that room?
To my recollection, we would have helped transfer. She needed help transferring, so we would have helped transfer her to the bedside commode.
Next question. What would occur professionally if a nurse was in the practice of trying to keep in touch with your ex-child patients?
Normally, that would be something if a family asks for your number, but it's normally not highly looked upon to communicate with your patient outside of the hospital or family.
Did Maya ever writhe in pain from CRPS pain of being picked up to be transferred to the bathroom or commode?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yes, ma'am. Did Maya ever writhe in pain from CRPS pain of being picked up to be transferred to the bathroom or commode?
I don't recall the writhing in pain. I think she was, from what I remember, she was kind of always reporting that she had pain.
Did Maya have to go to a place to find God? Could she speak to God when and where she wanted?
Absolutely.
Is it acceptable practice to take personal pictures of patients on your personal phone?
It's not acceptable practice to do that.
You were one of Maya's floor nurses. Was your shift the day or night shift at that time?
So at that time, I actually was night shift for a portion of it, and then I switched over to day shift. So I was night shift in October, and then I believe around November, early to middle of November, I was day shift.
During that time, how much contact did you have in your duties with, we'll first start with Kathy Beatty.
We would talk to her if there was any question about anything socially related. So I don't recall the exact amount of times I would speak to her.
How much contact did you have with Sally Smith?
I don't recall personally having contact with Sally Smith.
Hey guys, let mods handle
With
issues.
respect to Kathy Beatty and
Please
Sally
drop
Smith,
your arguments if they're causing
were
problems.
you seeking out them to give information about Maya, or were they seeking you out to ask about Maya?
Can you repeat that question?
With respect to Kathy Beatty and Sally Smith, were you seeking them out to give information to them about Maya, or were they seeking you out to ask about Maya?
If I had questions, I would seek out Kathy Beatty, which was the social worker tonight.
Mr. Hughes, do you have anything further?
No, they are.
Mr. Anderson?
Since photos not acceptable, what about nicknames? Like, could you assign a particular child a nickname like Ketamine Girl or things like that?
No.
That was frowned upon, was it not?
I don't ever recall her being named something else.
As to the photos, though, certainly you could not show photos outside the hospital. But in the hospital, for instance, to put up on a child's door or otherwise to use in some time of festival or other thing with permission, you could use those, could you not?
I have not been in that case, but I believe so.
Okay. And even with that, you haven't seen any photos of you and Maya, or remember any photos of you or Maya being taken. True?
Correct.
You have no training really in CRPS pain. Is that true?
That is correct.
She answered it, Mr.
Oh, she did. I'm sorry. But Maya was always reporting to you that she was in pain?
I would have to look through the charting to give you an exact answer to that.
Sure. But your off-the-cuff answer was that she was always telling you she was in pain. True?
That is correct.
About this video, now, you cared about this young lady, my client, and you wanted to make sure that she stayed healthy, happy, right?
Absolutely.
Is that true? Okay. All right. So when whomever took her, and by the way, do you know who took her down to this surveillance room?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you know how she got to the surveillance room?
What surveillance room? I'm sorry.
Where they took the video of her.
Are you
Wasn't there a
referring to the
designated-
EEG room?
The EEG room.
Which was
Okay.
her.
Right. They told
Room.
that, okay, so this was the EEG room. Okay. But so we're clear, no EEG was ever taken of her, was there?
To my knowledge.
All right. So Maya's down there. They're not doing an EEG. What steps did you take to find out what was going on with your patient?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled. You can answer.
Going on with my patient, I would have orders that I would follow from the physicians. So there would be orders that were placed.
So did those orders say something to the effect of don't ask?
I'm sorry?
The orders you're talking about, that you were following, did they have anything to them to the effect of, don't ask why?
No.
And yet you still were not curious about why she was being taken down there?
She wasn't being taken. She was in an EEG room, which is a room just like any other room.
All right. So from your point of view, this was normal. You did not know this was a surveillance room, correct?
This is a normal room. There are patients that are not on EEG that have had to be in those rooms.
Sure.
It is equipped to be placed on an EEG monitor if they needed to.
All right. Is it true that there were surveillance cameras throughout this hospital?
Objection.
Can y'all come up, please?
The smile to the jury is interesting. Very interesting. So the testimony we're getting from this witness is that this EEG room was Maya's room. It was just, that's where she was at the time. You know, we moved people, and that's her next room assignment was the EEG room. That's not what we've heard from anyone else. We've heard that she was there for a 48-hour period, and that it was there for the purpose of video recording her. And this nurse is one of the few people who says she's reviewed that video from that 48-hour of surveillance. It's interesting testimony here. Mr. Anderson's pursuing the camera angle, which seems to be probably a little outside the scope, but he's worked his way as far as he is now. I'm not sure if the judge will let him go much further. I think Mr. Anderson has plenty of time. I don't remember the exact time he started with this morning. Let's see, it was... he had 59 minutes and 25 seconds. Or 59 hours, 25 minutes. So he's got 35 minutes. No. He got 2 more hours. So he had an hour and 35 minutes to start the day. An hour and 35 to start the day. So I think he's all right. It's not coming out of his rebuttal time. He gets a 2.5 hours.
I'm going to
for
go ahead and sustain that last question.
Did you see the video cameras in the EEG room during the times you were there with Maya?
There are video cameras in the EEG room, yes.
But nobody told you whether they were in use or not?
I don't recall.
She's testified that she watched the video from it.
Flores, can you give the jury an idea of the layout of 7 North? And I'm particularly interested in where is room 709, the EEG room, in relationship to all the other rooms that are on that floor, if you can recall?
Yes. So 7 North kind of is a big circle. And when you come onto the unit, there's a charge nurse office. 709 is, I believe, the first room on the right-hand side, if I'm to the charge office. And then there's a room next door, and the rooms just continue around the unit. So it's a room just like any other room, and there are designated EEG rooms, and then there are other rooms that are not capable to do the EEG monitoring.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly earlier, the EEG room, 709, it's like every other hospital room on the floor, right?
Correct.
I think you also testified in response to some of Mr. Anderson's questioning that there are times that Maya reported 10 out of 10 pain. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that would be Maya reporting to you that she was in 10 out of 10 pain, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were there times that you observed Maya Kowalski where she appeared happy and no apparent distress and smiling?
Yes. So she would report that, but her behavior would sometimes be, she would be smiling, she would be playing, she would be communicating, she would be going on with her normal life.
Thank you again. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Testifying that you know about pain, would you agree with me that there are a lot of people, children out there, in deep pain that still manage to go on with their normal life? Cancer patients?
Jack's calls for speculation.
Overruled.
That is possible.
If this room is like every other room, does that mean all of the rooms have video cameras in them?
Different rooms can have different capabilities.
Many do, some don't?
Yes.
Okay. And the rooms that Maya was in, other than this one, EEG room, they all had bathrooms, did they not?
That is correct.
So a portable commode was not placed next to the child's bed as a matter of course, right?
Not for every patient.
And not for Maya, except in that one room.
I do not recall if it was there all the time or not.
I'm not talking about in that one EEG room. I'm talking about in her regular rooms. There was no commode placed next to her bed all the time, was there?
For safety purposes, she needed assistance transferring, so sometimes the bedside commode would be what she needed to transfer to rather than transferring to the bathroom, especially if she had to go to the bathroom quickly.
So sometimes.
Sometimes, I'm sorry.
There was a bedside commode sometimes?
I don't recall if the bedside commode was in the room at all times.
If she might need it for an emergency, that must mean it was kept within her ability to get to it?
It should have been, or we would have been able to move it. She needed assistance with transfer.
All right.
So it was something that she did not do alone.
I'm just talking about, you testified about the portable commodes. So I think you just testified that you used ones in some circumstances in case you needed it, right?
That is correct.
All right. The one in the surveillance room where we've seen the video was not within reach of her, was it?
I do not recall.
Nothing further.
Mr. Hughes?
Just a brief follow-up about the bedside commode. In your experience as a nurse, is there usually a space between the bedside commode and a patient's bed?
Absolutely.
And why does that space exist?
Because there's a transfer with the nurse or the tech or whoever's helping her transfer. We have to be able to help safely transfer her from her bed to the bedside commode. And then if the bedside commode is directly by the bed at all times, it can get in the way. So it's something that will have to be moved if it's in her bedroom.
Right. There's nothing abnormal about having a few feet in between a bedside commode and a patient's bed.
Correct.
And not all patients require a bedside commode. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, why did Maya Kowalski need a bedside commode?
She needed assistance transferring. She could not transfer on her own.
Okay. So if patients need assistance with transferring, fair to say they get a bedside commode.
Correct.
Thank you again.
Anything else? Members of the jury, any further questions? Okay, we have a couple, but let's try to do them here.
So we're not going to hear these questions? I don't know. I like this witness. I think Maya related to her, probably because they both were very religious, and I think this witness is very religious. I'm not questioning that in the slightest. As somebody who was a foreigner, who moved to the South, there are people that I've met that are this religious in every way of their life, in every day of their life, in every discussion, grocery store, everything else. It is part of them, and this is commendable. I think it's wonderful. So I was not put off at all by that. So I think Maya did relate to her because of that. I clearly think that she doesn't know everything that was going on in the hospital. I think she's a good one. I think she's a good one, really. I don't think she's trying to hide anything. I don't think she's trying to create something that wasn't there. She's just doing the best she can. And I think Mr. Anderson definitely went too hard on her, and it backfired. I think that as well. The fake smile, she's nervous. If I try to smile in that situation, it would be fake as well, because there's nothing I want to do about smiling if I'm testifying in court on national television. It's I don't blame her for that at all.
Ms. Flores, you previously stated that you recalled watching the videotape of Maya from the EEG room, but were you not aware she was placed in there for 48 hours in order to be observed by video?
I don't remember that, but I remember when I saw the video later.
Did you ever take Maya to the hospital chapel?
I personally did not.
Was Maya, for most of her stay, on the same pediatric floor, but transferred for 48 hours to the 7th floor observation floor?
The EEG room was the room that she was in. The room 709 was the room that she was in for her stay that I remember.
So she doesn't recall all the room switches.
Is the room 709, the EEG room, on the same floor as Maya always on?
When she was transferred out of the PICU onto 7 North, yes. That is the same floor.
Mr. Hughes.
Yeah, she didn't remember the video cameras being on, but she did watch the video.
So room 709, that's on 7 North, right?
That is correct.
And Maya stayed on 7 North for the entirety of the 3 months, right?
That is correct, except when she was in the ICU.
Okay, so she went from the ICU to the floor.
Yes.
And then she stayed on 7 North on the floor.
That is correct.
And there was a period of time she was in 709.
That is correct.
And then there was a period of time she was in other 700 rooms on 7 North.
I believe so. I remember her in 709.
Okay. Do you remember her on other rooms neighboring 709?
I don't recall what room.
But to your knowledge, she stayed on 7 North
Yes.
the entirety of her stay?
That is correct.
After the PICU?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so pardon me. Are you testifying that Maya was in this special EEG room through her entire stay on the 7th floor? Or was she moved to another room which had EEG equipment for that 48 hours?
I don't recall the EEG. The 709 is an EEG room.
Okay, but her regular room was not 709, correct?
I believe her regular room was 709. I don't know if she was in a room prior, but that's the room I remember her being in.
Okay. And have you ever seen any other video other than this 48-hour one that we're talking about?
No.
Okay. Do you remember it because it's the room number? That it was the same room? Or do you visually remember it being the same room you walked into every time with Maya?
I remember it being the same room that I walked into.
Okay.
And cared for Maya.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No, you're good. No.
Mr. Hughes?
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, defense, your next... may this witness be excused?
It's not a two-seater.
We're going to go for round 2 here.
Best news of the morning. Nothing from my end here.
Can she be released from all subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor. She sure is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're free to go. Now, defense team, what's next?
Your Honor, we'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 3178A.
You may proceed if it's in evidence.
Yes.
All right, so the last testimony we got from the witness differs from the hospital records that show she was in multiple rooms. And that she was only in that 709 room for 48 hours.
Well, I apologize. This is email from Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski dated.
Well, then take it down if that's not what you're
No,
going
this is what I meant to do. I didn't announce what it was.
Okay, I
saw
apologize.
that had been on the page.
This is one more of those emails, those blog emails. This is from week 6/20, 2016. Went back for 5 HBOT treatments. Started my 3-day treatment of ketamine boosters. Everything was going well until 6/24, 2016. My mommy was carrying me from the bathroom, and she almost fell backwards with me. It was a freaky accident. My legs got smashed between the bathroom sink and mommy's back. It was a bad start to the morning, and the RSD flare-up started immediately. I was crying from the awful pain. Pain continued through the weekend despite the high dose of ketamine I received. My nerves are really simply on fire and will take some time to put this fire out despite all the medicine I received. The weekend was very rough. Couldn't do much. Couldn't sleep at night. The pain was hard to bear. My parents didn't know what else to do to ease my suffering. On Saturday evening, 6:25, my mommy gave me IVG infusion. I finally got approved by the insurance after weeks of waiting. Looks like an IVG infusion. So this is the date of this is this email was sent on August 11th, but it's week of 6/20 is what it's the text says. That takes us down to the big gap. On Sunday, I played with a little pool with my friend Sophia, who also played with Shopkins. It was really nice to have her around me that day. She made the whole day a lot better. We also had visitors from Elmhurst that evening, but I was not able to hang out with them. The pain intensified. I had to take my meds early and lay down in my room. Sunday night, I was still hurting and not able to sleep. Had to take extra dose of ketamine to decrease the fire in my legs. Eventually, I fell back asleep. Week of 6/27. So the following week, I drove back to Palm Harbor, with my daddy for another 5 HBOT treatments. Really hoping the HBOT would bring this RSD pain down and eliminate this last flare-up completely. I've been getting ketamine low dose twice a day. That's all we get. Sorry. Okay, IVIG is immunotherapy. It's for those who are immune compromised. Thank you for that.
Anyone need additional time?
We needed a little more time, Judge, but I guess that doesn't matter.
Well, hold on a second. We still have jurors looking.
OB Nurse Chelsea says the defense would ask what they know she remembers. The plaintiffs would try to ask about things she didn't remember well. Makes sense when thinking about strategy. Yep. Second page, starting with the second paragraph. Finally came to the finish line of HBOT. I had my last 2 treatments out of a total of 40. It's hard to believe that I did it, that we as a family did it. It was a very challenging goal to accomplish. Unfortunately, I did not see huge improvement in my function or pain levels we were hoping for. My parents and I think that maybe there's been 5 to 10% improvement in my function from HBOT. Dr. Spiegel thinks that I can still get some improvement in function and pain level up to 4 weeks after my last HBOT treatment. I had PT evaluation with Mr. Allen at Agility. I was so nervous and anxious about this meeting due to my previous horrible experiences with PT. Luckily, Mr. Allen was pleasant and friendly. Now let's pray to God he doesn't torture me with this PT like other places did in the past. I'm really scared of going back. I'm scared of horrible pain. I'm scared of people not wanting to listen to me. I don't want to be pushed to maximum. I can only take baby steps. On 7/20, my mommy also gave me an IVIG treatment and all the pre-medications associated with that. The entire process from start to finish takes about 7 hours. IVIG seems to help me with endurance, gives me a boost of energy, helps with improving my function and pain. I did well with my IVIG, got a bad headache from it post 48 hours to 72 hours. My mommy was giving me hydration and Motrin 400 milligrams twice a day, and that helped significantly. 2 days after IVIG, I started to get more energy. I was doing more PT swimming at home Friday and Sunday. Had a great weekend. And Tish says, big thank you to RA for all you do. To my fellow mods, you rock. Chat, we appreciate you spending your time with us. Your support is superlative. Have an amazing day. Thank you, Tish, one of our great mods. Working overtime today. The testimonies, these emails are from Beata to Beata for the blog. They're written in the voice of Maya, though. Scott Kowalski by video deposition. This is her uncle that drove her from the hospital to court, I believe.
You said Scott Kowalski?
Yes, Your Honor.
God, if you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I probably not.
What kind of things would you do when you visited Maya at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
We would play games in the arcade. She would draw, make things, walk around with the wheelchair out always.
The arcade games, what kind of, strike that, in terms of the arcade games, would Maya use her hands and arms for those arcade games?
Yes, we were trying, hopefully, by getting her out of the bed, that she'd get some kind of exercise instead of just laying there.
I think you mentioned some arts and crafts, maybe some drawing. Did you have the occasion to observe Maya doing any type of artistic work at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
Yes.
What kind of art did she do? Is she a sculptor or a painter or a drawer?
I don't know if she was making things in the crafts room out of putting stuff together, gluing it, whatever.
Did you ever watch her drawing?
Possible, I can't remember. I know she's probably a good artist.
Did you recall her having any difficulty with performing these arcade games or working on arts and crafts?
No, because they're pretty simple. I mean, pretty simple games or whatever. They don't have nothing there strenuous. I mean, with air hockey, she'd sit in her chair and push the puck back and forth. No.
Why was it that you came to be the person who was going to take Maya to Dr. Duncan at the courthouse?
I have no idea why I was picked, but I did it because I was picked.
Okay. Do you remember doing that?
Of course. I just told you I did it.
Oh, well, why don't you describe to me what you recall about your involvement in taking Maya up to Dr. Duncan?
I was the one who was able to take her. What details do you want to know?
Did you talk to Dr. Duncan?
No, not that I can recall. I just know I brought her to the courthouse, released her to Dr. Duncan, went and waited, and I took her back to the hospital.
Okay. Did you talk to Maya about her time with Dr. Duncan?
No.
Did you talk to Maya at all on the drive back to the hospital?
If anything, Maya was very happy to be in the car with the windows down, and I just know that she was happy to have fresh air. I don't get involved with personal stuff. I could pretty much, if anything, just try to make her happy at that moment.
Did Maya seem happy during that drive with you?
Yes.
Was she complaining of pain?
No.
At some point, I think, didn't you also take Maya from, I believe, maybe either the courthouse or the hospital to Clearwater for a consult with Dr. Hanna? Do you recall anything about that?
I do remember going to a doctor's office. I don't know, was I alone or was somebody with me? I don't remember the trip, but I do remember taking her to a doctor's office.
Okay. And do you know approximately how long that drive was?
I do not.
Did you go into the doctor's office, into the consult room, and observe the assessment?
I don't remember. I think I would be just sitting in the waiting room.
How did Maya seem on that drive over to the doctor?
Well, I don't think there was any issues because I would have remembered that, but no.
What about when you were returning back from the doctor's office back to the hospital? Do you recall any issues on that drive?
No.
Did Maya complain of pain?
No.
Was she crying?
Not that I can recall, no.
Your Honor, the defense next calls by deposition Jack Kowalski.
Jack by depo. Jack's in the room right now watching this.
Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
What kind of extracurricular activities does Maya engage in? Besides the Honor Society, which
she's in, well, she plays the piano. She's very well at it. She's in a couple different groups in school. One is for the Honor Roll Society. She's the president of that. She's the president of chorus, and she's the class president or whatever for that. What else? Well, she has Duke University following her through Duke Tip, so she's involved with that. She also, trying to think what else. Well, that's pretty much it.
When was the last time you or Maya saw a physician for chronic regional pain syndrome?
That would have been Dr. Hanna after the release. And Kirkpatrick, I'm sorry, both of them.
Okay. What recommendations did they make at that time, if any?
Water therapy.
Which consists of what?
Pool, using the pool, warm water, their pool's heated, and to be in that pool as much as possible to build up the muscle.
What does Maya's workout consist of?
I honestly don't know because I'm not up at 4 in the morning.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you know how long it is?
It's between 4 and 6:45 to get out the door. So I would say maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Because she makes her lunch and eats and that too as well.
Okay. So do y'all have a home gym? Or?
No, she has weights and she has a workout mat and things like that. So I'm sure a lot of stretching, bending, and lifting her little weights. And the weight balls and all that she has.
Like medicine balls?
Yes, different weight.
What signs or symptoms do you think you see of CRPS in her today?
What signs I see now?
Yes, sir.
In her?
Yeah.
I don't see signs no signs, no evident signs. She's not complaining of pain. Her muscles built up. There's no lesions. And, yeah, I don't see nothing right now.
The defense next calls by deposition Maya Kowalski. The first deposition is August 28, 2020, and the second is March 12, 2022. And I believe they'll run consecutively.
I'm sorry?
They should run consecutively. They're two different depositions. The first is, I think it displays on the screen runner, but the first is August 28th, 2020, and the second is March 12th, 2022.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Good morning, Maya. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
And so PE was one of your electives in 8th grade?
Yes.
Did you pick PE this time, or was it picked for you, for lack of a better term?
I picked PE.
And what kind of activities were you participating in PE class in 8th grade?
8th grade, I was participating in everything that all the other students were. So football, any type of sport we did, all the games, and so on.
That's what I was getting at. So you don't recall having any flare-ups in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade?
Correct, no.
Have you had a flare-up since you graduated from 8th grade and you're getting ready to head into high school?
No.
So why don't you do me a favor and walk me through a typical day in Maya Kowalski's life over this summer, let's say, starting with your 4:30 a.m. workout regimen. Walk me through your workouts, what you do for hobbies, who you play with, and all the way through to when you go to bed at night.
I wake up at 4:30. I immediately go on my walk, which lasts normally 1 hour and like an hour and a half to up to an hour and 45 minutes. It just depends on the day. I come inside, I set out my yoga mat and I do some yoga. After I finish my yoga, I take a shower, get ready for the day, eat breakfast, and that's when my day really begins. So I will check my email, take out my dog, I will do the dishes, do the laundry, put away dishes, put away laundry. I will make myself lunch. I will practice piano for an hour. I try to do that every single day just to get in a routine. I really enjoy reading. That's something I love to do. So anytime I have leftover after piano, I like to just relax a little bit. And throughout the day, I'll take out my dog. Obviously, I don't just take her out once, but she doesn't have a schedule in terms of when she has to use the bathroom. And I start winding down at 5 o'clock. I have dinner with my family, and I pray, read some more, and I ultimately go to bed around, I start getting ready around 7, which sounds early, but I wake up at 4:30. So I try to get enough sleep. I don't sleep very well. And I fall asleep 8:30, 9.
So it seems like piano, if you had to rank your hobbies and interests outside of school, is piano right near the top?
Oh, yes. Piano is number one.
In terms of your workouts, I know you said you did a little bit of yoga. Do you do the yoga after the workouts? Are those kind of two separate workouts, or is yoga part of your 4:30 a.m. workout regimen?
They're two separate workouts.
Okay. Walk me through what you do when you work out at 4:30. I just want to get an idea of the type of exercises you're doing, the duration, that kind of thing.
Yes. So I simply go around this circle here because we live in a community that is circular. I go around that 6 times, so that's 5.5 miles. And I'll do some cardio, so running. I could do some high-intensity interval training, so 20 seconds of running, 10 seconds of rest, so on and so forth for however long. And then I mix that in with some power walking because obviously first thing I cannot run around the circle. I just can't do that at 4:30. So the first 3 laps, I would say, are just me walking and warming up my muscles.
Okay. And what's the, when you said you do power walking, what is that?
Power walking, just faster paced walking.
Okay. Do you ever do any weight training in the morning?
I used to, but I switched halfway in the summer. So I used to do very intense cardio, and I absolutely love cardio, but now just waking up even earlier than I was before, it's easier for my body to adjust in the morning by walking first, then implementing cardio.
What about your current medications? I saw from Dr. Wassener's records that Claritin and Flonase are your only two medications you're currently taking. Is that accurate, or are you taking additional medications?
That's accurate. I'm just taking the Flonase as needed and Claritin as well, just as needed.
Is it fair to say you haven't had any ketamine or narcotic medication since you were discharged from Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital in January of 2017?
Yes, I haven't.
You haven't?
I have not, yeah.
Any other doctors that you're seeing outside of Dr. Wassener or a primary care doctor that works with Dr. Wassener?
I don't think so, no.
Are you seeing a doctor that specializes in pain or CRPS currently?
No.
Do you know the last time you met with a physician who was a pain doctor?
I can't tell you. Sorry, no.
Have you had any flare-ups of your RSD or CRPS in, let's say, 2018?
I don't think I did, no.
What about 2019?
No.
And then we call by deposition, a brief deposition of Maya Kowalski, March 12, 2022.
What year?
Sorry, March 12th, 2022.
So we have another Maya deposition coming in.
Ms. Kowalski, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you in any pain right now?
Right now, I'm fine.
Are you on any medicine right now?
I have this one pill, and it's for sleeping. I take Claritin, but I can't think of anything else right now, no, other than my acne medication.
You play the piano?
Yes.
So activities, it sounds like you're still doing ice skating?
Correct.
Okay. Any other physical activities that you do?
No, I mean, I work out, but no other sports.
Okay. So working out is different for everybody. What kind of things do you do when you work out?
It just depends how I'm feeling that day. I mean, sometimes I lift weights. I like cardio more than anything. Lifting weights isn't really my thing, but I do it periodically. I swim. I like to go on bike rides, and I really like walking.
Fair to say that you're doing better now from a pain standpoint than you were in 2015?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you're doing better from a pain standpoint than you were in 2016?
Yeah.
Your Honor, now we would like to publish what's in evidence, a photograph that's a Defense Exhibit 3138-2.
Ooh, this is the dance picture, I think. Prom.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a...
And
here come all the
we'll
pictures.
Publish what's in evidence, Defense 3138-5.
These are the People magazine pictures.
And we'll publish what's in evidence 3138-7.
It gets worse.
We will publish what's in evidence 3404-1. And we will publish what's in evidence as 3404-2. and these will be in evidence. And then, Your Honor, if we may take a short break at this time, and then we'll come back.
Well, I think it's time for our morning break. Members of the jury, this is probably going to be closer to a 15-minute break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Okay.
All rise. Jurors exit.
So we got a break right now. I don't know if we're going to all get the break at the same time. I don't think we are, because I can see the jurors, the judge can be talking here in just a minute. A second.
Okay, the jury's out of our presence. Let's just take a moment before we take our break. So over the break, you're going to be looking, the defense is going to be looking at and verifying that there's no other exhibits that need to come in. Is that correct?
Yes, I need to get with the clerks to make sure what I think is in. Make sure we're on the same page on that. I also had a question about one of the plaintiff's exhibits, which I don't think is in, and I think they listed as in, and I want to clarify that.
And then, assuming everything is in, when we come back from the break, you're resting, and we're going to go into the
That's
plaintiff's
correct.
rebuttal.
That's correct.
Just so everybody's aware, the shot clock this morning, the plaintiffs used 35 minutes. The defense used an hour 10 minutes.
Plaintiff has an hour
That means
left.
the plaintiffs are at a cumulative total of 60 hours, and the defense is at the cumulative of 42 hours, 30 minutes. As I told the plaintiffs, you're going to be limited to 2.5 hours. The extra hour that you got for cross-examination does not carry over into rebuttal.
Understood.
Can we have the lineup for rebuttal just to confirm we know who's being called by the plaintiffs, please?
Oh, and one other thing. Dr. Chopra came in while Maya Kowalski's video depo was being played. I didn't have an ability to put him in into the waiting room. Because
He's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom. Okay, so Dr. Chopra, we're going to be taking a break here in a few minutes, but everyone please be aware Dr. Chopra is now with us via Zoom.
Could we have the lineup and who's being called and the order?
I actually absolutely no idea about the order. I of course got Jack, Maya, Joe Corcoran, Pradeep Chopra, and Alina Kushner. And we have, I need to talk to the court about this. I have a less than 2-minute snippet from the video that Dr. Kirkpatrick took on his visit in 2023. The court has played that out, but
Let's do this. Let's go on our break. Let's let the defense verify with the clerk. The issue with the Dr. Kirkpatrick video we can do after lunch. We can take that issue up after lunch, but I want to keep us moving.
On that note, who's first, though, just so we can...
Who are you going to call first?
hadn't thought about it. Probably, well, maybe
Jack.
we should call Dr. Chopra first since he's on Zoom, do you think?
That'd be good.
Okay,
Whatever,
so
we just want to know who.
Dr. Chopra, be aware that we're going to take a good 10, 15-minute break, but it sounds like you might be first up when we come back. Okay, we'll be in recess. Let's try to come back at 11:15. And let's also make sure that the clerks also get an opportunity to use the restroom as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All rise. Close in recess.
All right, court's in recess. First question from, let's see, where was it? Going back. The question was about, it was Pickles the dog, or Pickles the cat, and Zoe the dog. The question was about why did the defense, why were they able to play depositions for Maya and Jack? Both counsels are allowed to perform depositions or conduct depositions is probably a better term of anybody in the trial, any of the witnesses. There were almost all of them, I think, did have depositions done. There were a couple we heard that the plaintiff never did a depo for, and that was an issue. But they can play that testimony as testimony in court, or they can call them as a witness physically there. So The defense could have subpoenaed, I believe, Maya and put her on the stand if they wanted to. But so that's why they're able to do that. The jury will love seeing Dr. Chopra again. Dr. Chopra is awesome. He's a fun guy. Let's see. I'm surprised that Mr. Anderson doesn't know which order he's going to call people in. He's literally up in 10 minutes. He starts his rebuttal. That's where we're in the case. He starts his rebuttal. There will be some a short rebuttal as well from, what do they call it, re-rebuttal from the defense, and then we'll go to closing arguments is the next procedural thing. Other than we will have the jury's going to be excused after the rebuttal, I think during the break today, and then we'll have DVs. DVs are going to be interesting. That I love sitting through that stuff. Can we do a poll to see how many of us suffer from an illness? We all know there are triggers and know that with PTSD, chronic pain, mental illness, it's not always there. There are harder days. I would be surprised if more than 5% of us did not suffer from something that, or have family members that do. Just from talking to everybody here, most people have very close to them somebody who's in some way connected with one of those situations. Isn't that the end of the objection competition, unfortunately? No, we say at the end of closing arguments, right? Because they can still make... So basically, when the jury goes to deliberate, that's when we stop counting. So there's still a chance. And let's take a quick peek and see where we're at. Hopefully they're not flashing again. There we go. All right, on screen, here we go. 1680. So we're just going to play through and see whose guesses we're passing. Dr. McDreamy, I see you there. Amber C, Janet, Amy. All right, Utah M. Ashley Weant. I think you're currently... Well, it's actually Chelsea Marie. And then Ashley, and then Utah M. P. Will for real. You're getting really close. Getting really, really close. Anyway, we're getting close. All right. I always thought the plaintiffs had the last word. I don't know in a civil case. I've only watched one of their civil trial before, and that was the Gwyneth Paltrow case, the ski crash case, and I'm not sure if the plaintiff, even though, because they have the burden of proof, gets to go at the end, like the prosecution does in a criminal trial. Seashell says, "Thanks for the coverage, RA. I have trigeminal neuralgia. Is that close? Chronic facial pain, and I can relate to this trial and my story. Invisible pain is real pain." I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that at all, but I am so sorry, Michelle, and definitely real pain, just because it doesn't exhibit, and that's something we've seen throughout this trial, that people say she didn't look like she was in pain. She was just saying she was hurting, but I couldn't see her pain, so I couldn't see any blood, so she wasn't hurting. Frustrating. Let's see. Defense had a counterclaim in Paltrow case, so they got the rebuttal. That's why. Thank you very much for that. Emily says, plaintiff gets less word unless defense countersues. The hospital hasn't countersued, so only the plaintiff will do a rebuttal. I thought Mrs. Crowell said that they would have something to counter the rebuttal. Maybe I heard wrong. Surrebuttal is a response to rebuttal. Okay, so that's, I thought we heard surrebuttal was going to happen briefly. Well, we have a break right here. Have the ads been better since we had that last burst of ads? This last segment, has it been better for everybody? Or are there still ads showing up? Close pronounced. Trigemini. I never would have got there. Girls did say something about surrebuttal. It's not my ears playing tricks on me then. tell you, I'm a little bit. I'm craving candy right now. Having given away lots and lots of candy yesterday, and I know we did not give all the candy away. It's amazing on our street, which we got tons of trick or treaters. I'd say like 1,200 type that range with kids, just lots and lots of trick or treaters. We didn't give all away our candy. Didn't give all of it away, and so I know there's a bowl of candy like in the house somewhere, but I don't know where, and I'm wishing it was closer to me. Ivan says, Maya being chastised for getting better reminds me of drug rehab, missing people for a relapse, and what they tell you is an illness. It'd be like kicking out a cancer treatment if chemo didn't work. Being chastised for getting better, yeah. We saw that in the two testimonies. When she was doing well, they're like, look, she's healthy, and here are pictures of her having fun. And look, here's a Photoshop or a photo stage picture of her that appeared in a magazine. Clearly, we're not liable for anything. I think Judge shut down the rebuttal. Okay, no, I had one ad so far. Okay, so this is better for sure. I'll have to remember these settings. Unfortunately, when I start a live stream, I have to drill down. It's like several layers deep, and I can go and reverse all the settings that YouTube has manually put in. So this is good news. This is good news because I've been upset about this for a month, thinking this change was coming. But at least currently, I have the ability to reverse it. Dr. McDreamy says, maybe how Chopra worded it, but to my research, he is not a graduate of Harvard. If I'm wrong, please direct me to a link. I do not have a link to give you. I don't recall who said they were from Harvard and who wasn't. Oh, man. You're gonna challenge my pronunciation here. Raffender Johansdotter. That's what I'm going with. Johansdotter. Welcome. Good to have you here. Clicking the like button and the subscribe button. Good to have you here. Have you ever done morning radio? I listen to morning radio in the mornings. Is that close enough? I've never been a disc jockey or a radio announcer. Although I took classes on it in college. That was fun. Carla Vieira, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for being our newest member. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you help yourself to the emojis and take a seat on the front row by typing !seat. I think they do it on purpose, so more subs will get the premium YouTube. Well, if premium YouTube is expensive, I'll just say it. It's expensive. If you have a family you can share it with in your household and it becomes worth it that way, that makes sense. But it's a lot of money to not have ads. But I'll do my part to see if I can minimize them for you guys. I don't think I'll be able to save the setting to minimize ads. I have to manually go in, so you might have to remind me if ads start popping up. Dr. Tracy, you have the opposite problem. I don't like watching closed captions on my Amazon videos on Amazon Prime, and I have to manually turn them off every single time. So I'll swap you devices. You can watch on my broken iPad, and I'll watch on whatever you have. Does that work? Let's see. Have you considered a podcast in your spare time? We have a podcast on this channel. It's the Not Relevant podcast. Weatherwatch and I. Weatherwatch is one of our great mods and a good friend as well. We have a podcast we do every Friday night. So tomorrow night we're going to be live at 8 o'clock on this channel. It's just a little fun podcast. It's done live as well. But it's sort of to decompress from all the heavy stuff we follow during the week. Taminator61 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Taminator. Super generous. Oh, I'm still thinking it's Thursday, Greeners. I was still thinking it was Thursday. Please find my last posting about ads on your stream, says Andrew S. Oh, there's a lot. Let me look. I can only scroll back a little bit. Did you tag me in it? Well, there it is. Ads are really annoying every 15 minutes because I lose about 30 to 40 seconds every time an ad is played when I'm watching this live stream on YouTube. Andrew, yes, this is the whole reason. This is why I've been so frustrated when YouTube announced that they were going to take away the ability for me to turn off midstream ads. This was the whole reason I was frustrated with that. But it looks like I have a solution now that should get us very close to having no midstream ads. And hopefully they don't change it. That's all I can say is hopefully they don't change it on me. But basically I have to go in and reverse it to choose how mid-roll ads appear, then say to insert them manually, and then not insert them. All I heard in there is, well, we didn't get a break. All right. Let's see. Lara Partula. Happy November, everyone. Yes, November. We're just 1 month away from December. Winter is coming. Thank you very much for the super chat, or for the 7 months of support, I should say. Whatever you did worked, knock on wood. I think the judge just left again. Yep, he did. Ms. Corrells has been working through the break, and she didn't get a break. Everyone should pick easy usernames so we can easily at you. Just saying, says BB. BB, you've definitely led the charge on that front. Not many people have an easier username than you, other than the fact that on my computer, the B key doesn't work. So I have to carefully mash it over and over, and then suddenly I'll have like 10 B's all at once. So your name, even though it's short, is difficult for me to tag. You worked at a medical school? Talking about Dr. Chopra? Trigeminal into the L. Trigeminal. I was thinking Gemini, like the astrological sign. Larry says, I hope Anderson does not do the closing. It's painful to watch. I don't know. I think he might do well at closing. Because look at this. He doesn't have a confrontational witness. He can follow his thought process really well. Look at how well he does in depositions, which are sort of like, I think Rob over in Law and Lumber describes them as like the Wild West of court, where you can just ask questions and keep going and going, even though there are objections. So you can follow your thought process. Mr. Anderson does well in that setting. So without the interruptions, assuming there are not going to be a lot of objections, they can object during closing arguments, but it's sort of bad form, and they should reserve those objections to something that's really egregious, in my opinion. So if he's able to just stay focused and deliver his message the way he wants to, he could be very, very good at this. So I'm not hoping that he doesn't. I just hope he does really well if he does it. Gonna need some water. All right, where are we at? Damages include future health requirements. The pics show that Maya isn't crippled by the hospital. For other things, the hospital's on the hook. Yes, but they've got more recent testimony from Maya saying that she is struggling, that it has gone downhill. Z, we've closed the entries for that game. We are going to do another game eventually, and it's going to have to do with how many buttons I have on my desktop. So I'll give you a sneak peek into that. I'm counting all the iPads, all the keyboards, everything. So don't want everyone just pausing and counting. But I've got 1, 2, 3 computers, a switcher, a soundboard, a Stream Deck, a Shuttle HD, 3 iPads, a phone, and I think that's it. So I think that's it. But anyway, no guesses yet. No guesses yet. And everything's connected with dozens and dozens of cables. Mercedes says, my doctor is actually looking into getting me ketamine infusions for my constant headaches. I've heard a lot of people saying that ketamine is becoming more accepted for different pain treatments and for various treatments of other illnesses as well. How much does Johns Hopkins pay for chat trolling? No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. I'm glad we have people from several different opinions in here. I really am. I would ask that you share those opinions in a respectful way, and so we can all learn and appreciate from each other. If you do find somebody who just rubs you the wrong direction, there's nothing wrong with just right-clicking on their name and clicking the block button. That means you'll never see what they say, and I don't think they'll see what you say either. But either way, you can just go about your merry life. You don't need to put it in chat and announce that you did it as well. That would be blocked as well. So Ivan wants more ads. We'll see what we can do just for you, Ivan. You'll get all the ads for everybody. Classy Girl says, I need to try these pickles. The pickles Classy Girl's talking about is the spicy maple bourbon pickles, which I'm a huge, huge fan of. They're available at Walmart and at some other stores under a different name, like Food Lion has them as well. $2.84 for the best pickles you'll ever eat. When did this trial start? I forgot. It was the 18th century, I think. We've been here that long, Rosebud. It's been a long trial. It's been a long month plus. Let's see. Jim Bob's found some success using some add-ons. I've heard YouTube has started to crack down on YouTube ad blockers. So just be aware that they don't condone that behavior, and I don't think I'm allowed to either. So Ivan says we almost used ketamine E for the wife after our daughter passed away for severe depression, but thankfully got better. Man, Ivan, you've shared some of that situation with us, and my heart goes out to you and your family. Let's see. K. Jean says, it's easy to put on a face and do your hair and cover up pain. People see pretty and are dismissive and can't possibly be pain, but that's the point. You don't want to show people and don't want to discuss it. Taminator61 just gifted another five memberships. Thank you very much. Those ones went to Lori Bennett, Jen Christie, Jennifer Danella, Ashley Farmer, and Contetta. I think it's Contetta 1979. Thank you very much for that. We are on break right now. It's just a few minutes. We've just finished the testimony. I think as soon as we come back, we should hear that the defense is resting. That's the next thing we should hear out of from the defense table, unless they have some issues with some exhibits that need to be entered. They might say, pending our discussion about exhibits, we rest. Anyway, we will go straight from there, straight to Mr. Anderson again. He's going to have rebuttal time. He has 2.5 hours of rebuttal. He has 7 witnesses, Jack, Maya, Dr. Chopra. He's got a handful of people that he wants to bring in, almost all of them live. Dr. Chopra is the only one who's going to be on Zoom. I think everyone else will be here in person. I missed your last super chat. Oh, no. I did not see it. Did it scroll? It didn't. It's not sitting on top of my screen here, and I don't see it. I apologize very much, Bite Me. I appreciate your generous support of the channel. Brianne says, "RA, I sent you a tweet with the info for student premiere." Okay, Brianne was talking about those that are looking for getting YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium does have a student option where it's cheaper. It's the same service, but it's cheaper. But the account has, I think you have to attest that it's for a student or somebody who's currently enrolled in school. And I don't know what sort of verification there is, but I'll look for that, Brianne. Thank you very much. Judge is walking back in as we speak.
Everyone ready to go at this point? Everyone feel free to sit down.
A couple of questions on exhibits, please.
Sure.
I will say there's some that we need to make sure the redacted ones and things of that sort. I don't think we have to deal with that at this moment, but we do have one there's one plaintiff exhibit that we have that was not admitted. The clerk is saying it's a little confusing. They have it as admitted and then also just for ID. So we can talk about that later if you want. But there's one exhibit that the defense needs to have admitted that I thought was before we rest. That is 3180.
And is it, just bring it up, please.
Yeah, sorry. I haven't even had a chance to talk to you. There's 2 pages. I think what happened, Judge, is that the plaintiff put this in under a different number, but we want to make sure it's in, so we're just going to put it in as well.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I want to give your Honor time to review.
Well, are you agreeing or disagreeing?
We're not agreeing.
Okay, then let me finish reading.
I thought they had put it in, but okay.
Thank you, Ann, for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Got a big document here that defense is not agreeing on. This is a Beata to Beata. Flag status flagged. Subjects MK Dr. Hannah. This one does not look familiar to me. On the second page, Tuesday, 10/11, late afternoon, the same woman from CPS came back because of the second CO from hospital staff. She received CO that we wanted to take Maya AMA and to take her home. That's a lie, it says in bold. Can't tell you how annoyed I am with the healthcare system, with medical personnel not understanding CRPS, and how heartbroken I am that someone in this ICU would have the balls to report me / Jack for possible child abuse and neglect. I am speechless. I cried all evening last night, basically ready to give up on myself. I cannot live like this any longer. I know you of all people will understand me. I'm bawling now, she says.
Yeah, we think that the plaintiff already put this in, Judge, but in abundance of caution, we wanted to admit it as well, because we couldn't find the exhibit number that went to the plaintiff.
You emailed it.
I mean, this isn't the shortest of emails.
No, it's not, Judge.
I think what the defense wants in there is where Beata says, I can't live like this. They're trying to prove that this was not a sudden, irresistible urge to end her life. That's what they want.
Pull up 24.
Well, no, let me finish reading this, please.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my senior. 117.
Maya's looking at the screen that has the same letter.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think we found the plaintiff's exhibit number that matches this, Judge. That's already been admitted.
Well, what's the plaintiff's number and then the clerk?
Yeah, 2408, 1738 to 1739.
Okay, is it redacted or not unredacted?
No. We could bring that up, Judge, just to clarify.
One of my unique skills, I can compare documents side by side and spot differences very quickly. I literally cross my eyes until I form an identical image, a third image.
So if it's already in, we don't need to worry about it again, right?
Right, thank you.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know I think there's some confusion about when this exhibit came in, and I think the court would agree that this is Chapter 39 loaded. So how it came in, when it came in, I'm thinking we're certain of that.
I'm certain of
we
it.
We need redactions to this, or it's going to put all the Chapter 39 issues in front of the jury.
I'm not sure we were clear on exactly what rulings we had when something like this came in, because we put a bunch of stuff in at the start, Judge.
I'm sure about this, Your Honor. They moved in an evidence in their case, and we didn't object to it.
It's a clawback.
It's been shown to the jury through at least 3 different witnesses.
That's true.
I cross-examined Mr. Kowalski on it, specifically the part about that his wife wanted to take my AMA. That was a lie. We cross-examined Mr. Kowalski on the statement about Dr. Smith being with CPT. Mr. Hunter showed it to Dr. Cy Smith. This has been in evidence since I think day 1 or 2 of the trial, that both sides have relied on it. So they moved in evidence. We didn't object.
Mr. Whiting, at this time, if it's in evidence and it's been used, I don't see what we can do at this point.
We request to redact it appropriately based on the court's careful rulings over the previous 8 weeks to keep Chapter 39 issues away from the jury. I mean, Ms. Kowalski here is talking directly about basis for reporting. So it's going to put all that right in front of the jury.
Let me just ask both sides.
Sure.
We care about all of it. No, not all of it.
Yeah, maybe we'll agree with the redaction they're asking for, Judge. I don't know if they can be precise as to what they want redacted. Maybe we'll agree.
Well, why don't we just go with what you want redacted? Let's start that way.
May I suggest that, well, I suppose maybe this is being raised now because they want to use it on cross-examination this afternoon.
I don't.
No.
Okay, so can I suggest that we're not going to use it with any of our witnesses in rebuttal? Can we take it up at the end of the day as to what's going to go back to the jury?
If both sides agree that we can potentially alter this document if necessary, and no one's waiving anything by the defense resting, then I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay, what's next?
Okay. Judge, I don't know if we want to address this now. I have a question about one of the exhibits that I don't think is in, the plaintiff saying is in on their list, but we could do that later.
We've got to get them in because they're going to have to rest today too.
Judge, I have, can you bring up 2123, please, Clay? Page 723. I have the judge sustained our objection, and the clerk is not, is it fair to say, not clear on whether or not it was in or not?
Pull up whatever it is.
Okay, 2123, page 723. No, that's not it. That's not the one I was thinking of.
That's from Kathy Beatty.
I think that is in. I take it back. I know that one's in.
Yeah, I've seen this one before. I think this one's in.
I was thinking of a different one, Judge. My apologies.
This has been shown to witnesses too.
Yeah, no, my apologies.
They're about to rest, which is why we're focusing on all these documents.
Having to deal with making sure we have the right one with the clerks with respect to redactions, I don't think we have any other. Let me just confirm real quick with the defense team. I think that we're good to go.
So when I bring the jury back in, you're able to rest.
Mr. Hunter will announce that, yes.
And who's going to be our first witness? It's Dr. Chopra?
Dr. Chopra.
Okay.
And then before Jack Kowalski's testimony, we have one point, I'm afraid, though it may take some time, and that is about damages to the fraudulent billing part.
Can we do Dr. Chopra and then go to lunch?
Yes.
I'm trying to get Dr. Chopra's attention. I'm going to swear him in. If I could ever get Dr. Chopra to...
I can text him if you want.
Why don't you text him and say that we're waiting on him?
Allie, I think the only time font choices are criticized are when someone uses Comic Sans Serif, and that seems to be a universal criticism across most professionals professions.
And he's going to have to click on his side to start the video and unmute.
Hang on. Let me repeat it back. Hey, Dr. Chopra, we're ready to go, and you're going to have to do something
On his computer, he's going to have to push the button to turn his camera on.
You gotta push the button on your computer to turn your camera on. It should be up there.
We have a few more minutes of court time for objections. Obviously, we have a rebuttal case going on right now. That's going to start in just a moment. There will be lots of objections during the rebuttal. We also have closing arguments that there could be objections in, and once the closing arguments are done, that's when we're going to stop the objection counter and give away the hoodie.
He's in wherever Brown is, which is Rhode Island, I believe.
Rhode Island.
Thank you, Jenna. I was one who was guilty of using Comic Sans a ton. Maybe that is because I'm so used to reading comic books as a kid. I'm used to that style of writing. Just girl baking.
Hey, Dr. Chopra. This is Judge Carroll. Can you hear me okay?
Not anymore.
Doctor, can you hear me okay?
I can't see him on Zoom. It's either going to be this trial or Daryl Brooks.
Can you hear me?
But I did not count Daryl Brooks.
Looks like a mute on.
He's muted.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
I thought I had him.
I feel like I'm a cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now?
You can't pay for this kind of advertising.
Hi.
Lori, we do have
there
hoodies
you go.
available on the channel.
This is
a
Judge Carroll, Dr. Chopra. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you and see you very well. Long time no see.
Yes. Thankfully, you didn't turn to stone when you looked at me. Now, are you still in Rhode Island?
I like that one.
Yes, I am in Rhode Island.
Remember, my powers only go to the edge of the state of Florida, and I need your permission to swear you in. And by doing that, you agree that if there was ever any perjury action or enforcement action, you agree to jurisdiction here in Sarasota County, Florida. Do you agree that I can swear you in under those conditions?
Yes, you can. Yes, you please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to bring in the jury. The first thing we're going to do is ask the defense to rest, and then we'll go straight to you, Dr. Chopra.
No problem.
I remember that. The defense witness who's like, oh, my friend's got this boat business, really good boat business. It's the best boats in the business. And my wife started a restaurant. She's got these locations and just launched a new menu. Highly encourage everyone to go there during lunch. That was a funny witness. That was so good. I love that. We're gonna see you're gonna see Zoom, but I can't show it to you on my side. We have to have the court provide that to you. I'm prohibited from showing you the Zoom feed.
I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
And no one from the media, you saw no media snippets on this?
No.
And no one approached you, is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Hunter?
Subject to the matters discussed, Your Honor, the defense rests at this time.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, can you please call your first witness in rebuttal?
Dr. Pradeep Chopra.
And Mr. Reyes, are you going to be able to put the Zoom feed up so everyone can see it? And members of the jury, outside of your presence, I have already administered the oath to Dr. Chopra. He will be testifying under oath. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor.
Good morning, Dr. Chopra.
Good morning.
I think the jury remembers you, but for the record, you are a board-certified anesthesiologist and pain management physician, a professor at Brown University Medical School. Am I correct in that?
Yes, I am.
And so I wanted to ask you about some of the matters that came out in the defense case. One of them was an assertion by Dr. Crane that there is no such thing as whole body CRPS. Can you answer the question of whether you agree or disagree with that? And if you disagree, why?
Your Honor, we object this. This is not true rebuttal.
Okay. Overruled on that question. You can answer.
We're going to hear that objection a lot.
So I disagree that you can have CRPS in the.
I apologize. We also object him commenting on another witness's testimony.
Okay. You can answer, Dr. Chopra.
Okay. So yes, a person can have a full body CRPS. In fact, full body CRPS is common, and it's basic science. I mean, it's not rocket science. I have a nerve in my arms. I have a nerve in my legs. I also have nerves in my torso. I have nerves in my face. And, they are the same nerves that connect to the same brain. So it's not like the brain chooses to have CRPS in the limbs only and not in the torso. And we've seen this a lot of times. In fact, untreated CRPS or CRPS not treated well, let's say in the right arm, will eventually spread to the whole body. And I mean, there are not rare cases. There are many, many cases with full body CRPS.
And then factually, have you had the opportunity to refer cases of whole body CRPS back and forth with Dr. Crane over the years?
Yes, actually, we do. So there are, patients come from all over the world to see me, all over the country too. And so if there is somebody that comes from the West Coast, I will refer the patient to Dr. Elliot Crane for this. And a lot of them are full body CRPS cases.
So I wanted to ask you a little bit about the testimony here about withdrawal and dependency. I've advised you that during the course of the defense's case, there was some testimony by Dr. Levy to the effect that ketamine has withdrawal and dependency. Can you tell the jury, A, whether you agree or disagree with that? And if you disagree, what factors you may not have discussed initially, or you can remind us of, that support your position?
Renew the objection about what witness commenting on the testimony.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm sorry, Judge.
Let's.
I also renewed the objection, but this was it's not rebuttal. It was a subject of his testimony previously.
On this issue, I agree with Mr. Shapiro. This was discussed during your case in chief.
As to the in terms of then the treatments with ketamine, is ketamine now approved as an orphan drug?
Objection, again, not true rebuttal.
No, yes, it is.
I'm overruling that one. You can answer that one.
Yes, ketamine, I believe in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, the U.S., the FDA approved ketamine as an orphan drug for the treatment of CRPS. Just to clarify, an orphan drug is a drug, when there's a disease that's not common, so they can't get enough patients, the FDA makes a little concession and says, all right, we don't need 1,000 patients to do the study. We can do it with 20 patients. And so it has been approved for the treatment of CRPS.
Understood. And in terms of the additional uses and it's been approved of, does that also include chronic depression and other psychological factors?
So far, it's been approved for treatment of what's called treatment-resistant depression, which means that depression which has not responded to any treatment. So this is like the last measure, and it has been approved. It's a nasal form of ketamine that you can buy it at the pharmacy. But most psychiatrists are using it as an IV form to treat depression. And even they're also looking at PTSD from the war veterans. They're trying to look at if it has that.
I moved to strike is outside the scope of his expertise, talking about psychiatry.
Is asking
overruled that objection.
And doctor, do you keep up then with the statistics on the use of ketamine since it has been approved in 2019 as an orphan drug, so that you can testify about whether there have been any cases reported with this increased use of any type of withdrawal effects?
Objection bolstering, also outside the scope foundation.
Sustained.
We're going to get a lot of objections.
I think I'm done, Judge. Give me one moment. I want to check with Mr. Whitney on that.
He's being very quick with his time. Just because he's checking with Mr. Whitney does not mean the clock has stopped yet. So he's still burning that 2.5 hours of rebuttal time.
I don't know if I advised you of this as well, but Dr. Crane testified that 2/3 of pediatric patients will return to relapse. What is your position on that?
Objection, mischaracterization. Again, renew the objection about commenting on other cases.
Yeah, let's try to not reference back to a specific.
All right. Do you have an opinion about any percentages of pediatric patients that relapse back to CRPS?
Okay, so I need to clarify that a little bit.
Okay.
CRPS is a lifelong condition. Whether you get it at the age of 10 or whether you get it at the age of 20, it's going to last you for the rest of your life. At best, really at best, it may wax and wane. So you may have more good days than bad days, but they're all pretty bad days in general, and it never goes away. There's no relapsing. This is, you have it, you're done.
Got it. I think that's all I have, Judge. We can't get into some of the withdrawal factors. I think that's a new one.
Okay, so you're tendering the witness?
I'm tendering the witness subject to court's ruling.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Chopra. Just a couple questions. Thank you. Just a couple questions. You said it takes time for whole body CRPS to spread. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Is that months typically?
No, there's no such data or information, and it's, you've got to understand the human body, everybody's body is different. And, somebody may get CRPS in their left hand and it'll stay in their left hand for 20 years. But somebody may get CRPS in their left hand and very rapidly become a whole body. So there's no number that we have, or we don't have any. There's so little we know about this condition.
So, but in either way, from your experience, it does take some time to spread, true? You were asked about relapse and patients who can relapse down the road. Have you seen any medical records suggesting?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. I apologize. Can you hear me, Dr. Chopra? No?
Sir,
He's
can
frozen.
you hear us okay?
He's frozen. I think he's frozen.
Interesting on.
What's up with the internet up in Rhode Island? Whose job is it to fix the internet in Rhode Island right now?
It's probably his internet connection.
That's one way to avoid cross.
Just have him reconnect.
Bad pause game.
These things happen.
The judge is on a panel of people that.
Of course, it always happens right before lunch.
It's on a panel about judges and technology, and I think he chairs the panel. He's all over technology, really is. So he's very patient with problems as he's trying to find a better solution for using courtroom technology. Watching on Zoom, I don't see him joining yet. And then it's like, no cross for you. I don't know if this probably won't count against anyone's time. There's nothing they could do about this. The judge has been very mindful of that.
And you were able, Mr. Anderson, why don't you call him and see if he's having problems, and if we've lost the video feed, maybe we can just do it by phone.
Yes, sir. He said their technical people were working on it. I'll try.
Good Vibes Stacy with this huge super chat says, "Are we going through lunch today? We may have to work through lunch. I'll let you know. Let me run back to my regular position. I feel weird up here. Let's see, run today. There we go. I'll be down here, and then you guys need to be over there. Work here. All right. So we might work through lunch. It just depends what the judge has in store for us. Shapiro broke the internet with some spicy cross.
Well, the court,
it's all the objections.
if you would like to do it by phone, or if we could do it by phone.
Phone's fine.
Shapiro's like, come on.
You can, counsel, consent to that, or?
Yeah.
We'll just.
All right, so Judge, how do we go about this?
Well, you get Kathy Beatty in here with her
You
phone.
can either give me his telephone number and I can call here.
The court's just calling you.
Probably the easiest way, or you're gonna have to put your cell phone right on the lectern next to Mr. Shapiro. He says he only has 2 questions.
Let's not do that.
So,
all right, the court's going to call you. Well,
I need a telephone number.
8675309.
Don't say it out loud.
Don't sound loud, Mr. Anderson. Don't dox Mr. Chopra. Dr. Chopra. I thought we should have called Kathy Beatty. Had her speakerphone in here because she's really good at this.
It's the one that says mobile.
I believe so.
Okay.
Beep 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 beep. Ring ring. Hello, is this Dr. Chopra?
See if I did this right.
Judge is saying the numbers under his breath. Watch it be some random person.
Hello, Mr. Chopra.
Dr. Chopra, this is Judge Carroll. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Judge, I can hear you very well.
Okay, we're just going to proceed because we're a little bit tight on time.
I know.
Mr. Shapiro is just going to start asking you questions, okay?
Sure, no problem.
Dr. Chopra, since we last spoke, it sounds like you did speak with Mr. Anderson about the questions he was going to ask you. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that question?
You spoke with Mr. Anderson about the questions he was going to ask you in front of this jury. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
You had no idea what he was going to ask you before he called you?
No.
So let me ask you about, since we've spoken last, have you applied for any hospital privileges?
Hospital privilege? No, I don't want hospital privileges.
You haven't had hospital privileges in over 20 years. Is that still true?
It's true, yeah, I don't want them.
And you did not get your medical degree from Harvard, did you, sir?
Objection, Your Honor. This is well beyond.
Sustained.
Okay. That's all I have then.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Now, hold on a second, Dr. Chopra. Members of the jury, does anyone from the jury have a question? Okay, I've got a question or two coming from the jury, so
he's going to put Dr. Chopra in a breakout room. Well, he's going to mute the phone, I guess. Because Dr. Chopra can't hear these questions. What does Harvard have to do anything? That was a question that came up in our chat first, so I'm wondering if just who's watching what.
To the witness.
I think he mentioned something in his original testimony about spending time at Harvard or doing something at Harvard in his CV, right? Is that correct?
Am I correct, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Anderson, members of the jury, that there's no more questions for Dr. Chopra?
Spent 6 years at Harvard but did not graduate.
So, Dr. Chopra, that completes your testimony. Thank you for being with us today, both by video and by telephone.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to hang up now.
Okay.
Click. And he's gone. Thank you, Matt, for the not relevant comments. Appreciate it.
Is your next witness short, or is this where we're breaking for lunch?
What does their height have to do with anything?
I think I can do Ms. Kushner.
We need to have a discussion about that.
Okay, let's go ahead and take lunch. We're going to try to only take an hour and 15 minutes, so let's have them back at 1:15. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation, and receive no information.
Okay, so they're going to do a quick break for lunch. Give me just 1 second here. We're going to fix our sources. Source 2 is going to be 2. Okay, while they get ready for lunch, Miss Kushner, she is the family member that also was in a similar situation at this hospital with some of the same key players that were key in Maya's trial, namely Kathy Beatty.
The jury is out of our presence. Everyone, please be seated. What's the issue with this next witness?
Your Honor, we would simply, there's two things. First of all, we would renew our objection to this witness testifying about a collateral outside matter that we believe violates what we spoke of before, as well as 403. We're hamstrung, to be specific, in cross-examining this witness, because if we do, we're going to inevitably bring in a collateral lawsuit against both Johns Hopkins and Sally Smith.
As to whether she was wearing a lab coat and whether she introduced herself?
No, sir. It's going, if I ask her if she has a collateral lawsuit, or if I ask her if she's represented by Mr. Anderson, then the contention will be made that I'm opening the door to the idea that she's also suing Dr. Sally Smith. Dr. Sally Smith misrepresented or improperly caused her prosecution or defendancy action, and the entire matter of the Kushner claim against Dr. Smith, a number of my employees, our employees, and Johns Hopkins. So bringing this up, permitting them to go into this, is almost a free shot, because I can't cross-examine her about potential motive and potential interest in the outcome of this case, or the extent to which it may benefit her. Now, that's our objection to it, Judge. Now, I think if you're going to permit it, then the least I should be able to do is to cross-examine her on a limited basis regarding the representation by Mr. Anderson and the benefit that may be inuring to her without being held to have opened the door and permit the litigation of Kushner versus Johns Hopkins in this courtroom.
What benefit? I feel like I've been insulted here. It is unethical to promise a witness in any way, shape, or form any compensation. I certainly did not. Her case is on appeal before the First District Court of Appeals. I have not talked to this lady for probably a year and a half, and it was a NECA claim, Judge. So I filed a companion case where they're defending, which has been stayed through the entire matter because, again, the focus was on NECA. It was a backup in case the NECA court determined that it wasn't neurologically damaging to the extent necessary. That's the issue on the first. So I have not talked to her until I called her to ask her the question, I think about 4 days ago. And the only question I think is, have I represented you or am I representing you? I still don't see, however, the relevance of that, because in this instance, I'm actually dealing with her husband for most of it. Technically, yeah, I am, but it's for the child.
Well, here are my thoughts, and then we can talk further. As respect to the request to reconsider, I'm denying it. Mr. Hunter brings out how are we going to address the issue, and isn't really the question, and it's Miss
Kushner.
That's going to
Kushner.
Miss Kushner. Does she have a claim against, whether it's Dr. Smith or the hospital or whomever? Does she have a claim that would show that she might have some sort of bias or motive here, which is, I think, what that defense is wanting to get into? And that, asking whether she has a claim, that's fine. And then I guess you can ask if she has any sort of financial outcome in the Kowalski case, which I suspect the answer is no. Because I don't see how, well, regardless of what happens in the Kowalski case, I don't see how that impacts one way or the other her claim, assuming that NICA, there isn't some sort of NICA issue that would preclude the other suit, how this testimony and this outcome by this jury, and this jury here in the Kowalski case, how that would have anything to do with a different case.
The suggestion, Your Honor, is that the testimony given here is reciprocal or may become reciprocal. Because if the Kushner case goes forward, and we defend it, I suspect that someday either I or someone else representing Johns Hopkins will be standing in a courtroom like this one, and we will be being told that on the witness list appears someone named Kowalski with the same idea going on. Now,
how about the question, have you been promised anything for your testimony here today? Does that address the issue?
It does. It partially does, Judge. But it's foreclosing the type of cross-examination that I think you would like to pursue, or that counsel would like to pursue if the situation were reversed.
I'm not pursuing any cross-examination.
I understand that, but
I mean, you want to get in the concept of bias and motive. I think that that's allowed and appropriate. So why can't we ask her if she's made a claim against Dr. Smith or the hospital or both? And, is she represented by counsel?
If I ask her about a claim against Dr. Smith or against Johns Hopkins, then I'm walking in to a matter of an argument that we were engaged in some kind of pattern of activity, and I'm implicitly asking them to go ahead and argue that there are other cases out there. This isn't isolated. We're not looking at this in a vacuum. That there's some kind of pattern in practice that they're going to implicitly present to the jury. That is highly prejudicial. That's exactly the 403 problem I'm talking about.
Well, Dr. Sally Smith testified the way she did, and so this testimony is appropriate rebuttal testimony on the issue of whether Sally Smith was, wearing or not wearing some sort of regalia, lab coat or whatever, and how Dr. Smith introduces herself. Everyone knows she's the CPT medical director. I don't think it comes as a surprise that there's other cases where she's acted as the medical director of the CPT committee. I'm okay if you want to ask the question about whether this witness has any type of claim against the hospital. If you don't want to ask that question, that's fine too. But if you want to ask that question, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's fine too.
Well, the point here, Judge, is if I do, or if I ask if he's represented by counsel, is court then going to say that all the rest of the entire Kushner matter is fair game?
The answer is no. It is. If you want to ask about possible bias or motive, and you want to ask about whether she's got a claim, if she's been promised anything about testifying here today, if there's any sort of reciprocal agreement, if you want to ask those questions, fine. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Okay? Anything else before we take our lunch break?
We have sorry, I was just going to ask who you guys have.
We have a number of exhibits that we'd like to move and do that after the break.
Well, yes, and what I was going to say is that we come back early, that we come back here at 1 o'clock, which would give us 15 minutes. Is that going to be enough time, or do we need to come back even earlier?
What? I was just going to ask what the order is.
I know that I will be doing Jack Kowalski after that, and I think then we've got Dr. Corcoran, and then finally Maya Kowalski. And so I understand the jury's been dismissed for lunch, so she will not be going until after lunch. Sorry, I missed that.
No one else is going to testify until the jury comes back. My question is, what time do we come back? I am suggesting 1 o'clock, which would give us 15 minutes, but if we need more time prior to the jury coming back, I am doing everything I can to land this plane today as it relates to all evidence. So
yes, sir.
We need to do that today.
I think the 15 minutes will be sufficient for exhibits.
Okay, we will be back at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We're in recess until 1 p.m.
There we go. Now we are finally in recess. 1 p.m. That means we're back at 1:45. 1:45 is our comeback. Or sorry, 12:45. I can do math. Yes, that cat was the cat that adopted me. I used the line on the trick-or-treaters last night. They'd come up and the cat was the cat wanted to investigate every trick-or-treater. And so I used the line when I was talking to people. I was like, hey, they're like trick-or-treating. I'm like, do you want candy? And they're like, yes. I said, do you want a cat? And they said no. And I said, we didn't either. But here we are. We have a cat. Couldn't give my cat away last night. I wouldn't have given it away unless it was a good home, but still. Anyway, we are trying to land the plane. The judge is waving his arms frantically, saying, land here, land here, land here. We're trying to get this to come to a conclusion. This next witness that they're going to call after break, the next witness is probably the closest we're going to come to a mistrial in this case. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. So we'll see. The jury is going to be out Thursday and Friday. I'm trying to figure out for sure exactly what's going to happen Thursday and Friday. I think Thursday the judge will be there working on paperwork, and he said, if you guys are quiet, you can come and sit in my court. I don't understand exactly what's going on, so we're hoping he explains a little bit better today what the schedule is for Thursday and Friday, but I think the jury will be not in Thursday and Friday. Cats don't just choose anybody. She found something about your family he liked. Cats tend to pick their owners if they are strays. This cat, I will say, it wanted to investigate everybody, but I was sitting on I've got a little ledge next to my stairs. And we don't have trick-or-treaters come to the door. We go halfway to meet them. We meet them on our sidewalk. That's what we do around here. I didn't know that was a thing until I moved here, but that's what we do. And the cat curled up underneath my feet. So I was sitting on the ledge, and it was right underneath me. So I couldn't get down because it was right where I step. But it was fun. Could I bribe you to put that Chopra education certification, pretty please? You don't have to bribe me. Send it to the burner phone. send it to the burner phone. We'll take a look at it right after the break, if that's all right. The burner phone, if you can text it or if you can email it to mdrecoveryaddicts@gmail.com and then send me a text to let me know I have an email. That's how I check my email, whether or not I need to. Only on demand. Interesting that he went there, though. Interesting that he went there. Apparently, Mr. Chopra, Dr. Chopra, appears to have insinuated, at least, that he went to Harvard, and we're going to try to chase down that rabbit and see whether or not he did, if it matters at all. Which generally in the professional world, it's very frowned upon if you lie in your CV. So, would be great if you can cover the jury instructions discussion happening Thursday morning. If they're going to live stream from court, we're going to cover it. Becca, I would love. We've sat through so many arguments about the jury instructions. I want to hear the final thing before it's read to the jury. Let's see. My little brother just got a 178 on the LSAT. Just found out today, top 300 in the U.S. for the year. Those applying in law school, 178. That is awesome. That is really cool. Is the PO box listed somewhere on the site? Valkyrie, you can type ! address in chat, and the bot will respond with the PO address, with the PO box. If you need that, you can do that now before we wrap up. Let's see. If I recall, Dr. Chopra said he did his residency or fellowship at Harvard Hospital. What's the burner phone number? The burner phone, type ! burner in chat. Are these commands working at all? There are a lot of people in chat, and sometimes it struggles. So let me make sure we get that squared away before we break here. Okay. Commands. There it is. So there's the burner phone. And did you get the PO box as well? Did that show up? If it doesn't, let's see if I can trigger it manually. There it is. Test that one. So it should have posted. There it is. You might have to scroll up a bit. Chat's going really fast, so I apologize. But I think it's in there somewhere. If not, you can reach out to me on the burner phone, which did post on the screen, and I'll get it to you. All right, so yes, next witness after lunch, the very next witness, which is going to come in. I think we start in half an hour. Well, we get a half-hour break. I am going to stop the stream so I can take a break, so you guys can all go and do something and then come back if you'd like. I would like it if you do come back. This is a fun group to watch court with. But we're gonna come back, and the first witness is going to be this family member who is going to testify that Sally Smith came into her child's hospital room and was wearing a white lab coat, was wearing a hospital badge, did not identify herself as her role that she was, there representing, and basically presented herself as a doctor and was doing investigation for, this finding child abuse situation. So we're going to have that testimony first. I'm sure there'll be some more objections. We're up to 1,690 objections. We might hit 1,700 before her testimony is over. So we're going fast, but I think that's all for now. We're gonna end on that. Sent info on the burner. I will take a look at that. Where if there's something I can post, I will do that as well on Dr. Chopra. We'll do that on the return when we get back from lunch. It takes a bit for me to transfer things between devices. Court's coming back in 45 minutes. We're going to talk about a few things in half an hour. Obviously, if you would like to win the internet, all you have to do is be first in chat on the new live stream. As soon as the placeholder's placed, chat's open, just be first in chat with whatever it is you're going to say, and you too could win the internet. If you've never won before, now would be a good time to win. So I would just recommend you click the subscribe button, ring the bell, and then just hit the refresh button constantly until something pops up, and be quick. A lot of these people are faster than I can get into the window, and I'm the one who opens it. So you've got your competition out for you. Could you please move your water bottle? Trying to count buttons, says Linoke. Trying to count buttons. Oh, man. I can tell you on a previous live stream, I've told you how many buttons are on this device right here. So, but it was a long time ago. Can you show the guest list? I'll do that when we come back. Is that all right? when we come back. All right. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It will be half an hour from right now. Well, actually 29 minutes. I'm slow. It'll be about half an hour. We're going to be back here. We have some spicy testimony, a lot of objections. This is something the defense has fought against for a long time, and they're not happy with what they're about to hear, what the jury's about to hear. So they're not going to go down without a fight. The objections will be prolific, I think. Prolific is a good word for that. All right. Thank you all. We're going to see you after lunch. Have a good one. Bye.
Is that correct?
He's the guy.